All right.
This meeting is being recorded.
So if folks want to come back to their chairs, I realize we haven't seen each other in a number of months and we're reconnecting, but we can keep that process going through the rest of our meeting here. So why don't folks grab their seats and we will All right, welcome. I'm pleased to call to order the 270th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council here in Seattle, Washington. The meeting is open to the public and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to respectfully and professionally testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should not be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the March Council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the time period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. But if we have considerable public comment on an agenda item, those times will be reduced. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to an agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings may be available by contacting the council office, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak clearly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. I'd like to introduce some new council members, one of whom is here, Ms. Lynn Mattis from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome. And Lieutenant Devon Zeik from the U.S. Coast Guard is also a new designee. With that, I will ask our Executive Director, Mr. Merrick Burden, to call the roll of council members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I will take the roll of the March 5th through the 10th, 2023 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Corey Niles.
Present.
Phil Anderson.
Here.
Michael Clark.
Here.
Robert Dooley.
Present.
Brett Ettinger.
Here.
Danny Evenson. Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Dave Hansen. Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. Virgil Moore.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Joseph Oatman.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings,
Here.
Butch Smith,
Here.
Krista Svensson,
Present.
Ryan Wolf,
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burden. Now that we have a quorum, we can undertake business, and the first order of business is to approve our meeting agenda. So I will look for discussion or a motion on our agenda. Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move the council approve the council meeting agenda as printed in agenda item A3, March 2023.
Thank you for the motion. Look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Any discussion? Not seeing any hands. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. We now have an agenda for the rest of the week. And so we'll move on to our executive director report. Mr. Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. This is agenda item A4, the executive director's report. And the executive director's report to the council typically provides information on informational reports, points of emphasis or updates on the proposed agenda, matters of interest not on the proposed agenda, and other matters associated with optimizing the council process. I would draw your attention to a couple of attachments which are not typical of this matter. As you recall, I typically provide a verbal report. I will begin, starting with this meeting, providing you with a written report. And the first iteration of that is your supplemental attachment 2. It's a memo from me to you all, and I will summarize that quickly. The second attachment concerns a matter with Robert's Rules dating back to our November meeting, and there has been a lot of discussion and questions about that topic, and I will summarize that as well. But let's go ahead and start with the second attachment. So starting from the top, I'll just summarize quickly. We are still monitoring the COVID situation. You have COVID protocols in your briefing book. These are the same protocols we've had in place now for several council meetings. I refer you to those if you have any concerns or if you believe that you may have been exposed or believe you may have contracted COVID. During this meeting, we'll be visited by National Marine Fisheries Service leadership, including several staff from Silver Spring and assistant regional administrators from other regions. My understanding and talking with Mr. Wolf is that this visit is a learning opportunity for these folks to learn from one another and to observe our process, and that this is something that they plan to do is visit not only our council, but other councils around the country. You have several informational reports in your briefing book. I don't feel the need to read out all of those, but there are a good number of them as there's been some activity that has taken place since our last council meeting, and you may be interested in one or more of those reports. One of those reports is the topic of gear switching. There is a document in there produced by council staff. This is not on your agenda at this meeting, but it's being made available to you at this meeting to help facilitate discussion and consideration of this topic ahead of the April and June meetings, as this item is quite complex and has taken quite a bit of time. So we are trying to create a long on-ramp for you to consider this material so we can work toward a PPA and a final preferred alternative this year. We have a chair's reception this evening. If you go to the tower behind us here and up to the 14th floor, same place we were last year at this meeting, that begins at 6 o'clock this evening. On the council roster, we do have a new director for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, Mr. Jim Fredericks. Mr. Fredericks has been a deputy director for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game since 2021 and is a former Fisheries Bureau chief. We also welcome Lynn Mattis to this meeting, a new appointment made by Mr. Kurt Melcher, and Lynn replaces the position previously occupied by Jessica Watson. The Rear Admiral Melvin Bubalis has named Lieutenant Devin Zeke as a council designee, replacing the spot previously occupied by Leela Lingo. In that written report, you'll also see a series of alternates. I don't feel the need to read through all of those at the moment, but those are there for your reference if you want to see who we have in terms of alternates at this meeting. Also, over the last few months, there's been a couple of changes to the Marine Planning Committee as listed in that report. And then some recent activities of staff. In November, after our November council meeting, myself and the other council executive directors met. This happens every couple of years. We discussed matters concerning budgets and inflation, staff management, and essentially learning and helping one another. That was a good meeting. And took away quite a bit personally from that meeting, just learning from some of the directors that have been at this for longer than I have. Also in November, we had our first council member ongoing development session. Bob Dooley is essentially our lead council person on that. If it entertains the council, I'll refer to Bob after my remarks, and you can provide a quick update on that, that activity that occurred in November. Several council members participated. In addition to Bob Dooley, we had Corey Ridings, Jessica Watson, and Corey Niles, and the former staff of the Fisheries Sustainability and Leadership Forum are the facilitators for that session. I understand it was quite successful. And then more recently, we had a session of the Marine Resource Education Program. That session was in Vancouver, Washington, several weeks ago. The session focused on management, building off of a fall session on science. Some new material was included in this most recent MREP covering tribal fisheries management and the north of Falcon salmon process. We have another meeting scheduled, or another session rather, scheduled for September in Santa Cruz. Maybe I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman, and see if there are any questions about that report before I refer to the other attachment.
I'm not seeing any hands, so please continue.
Okay. Moving on to supplemental attachment 1, I elected to put this together after there being quite a bit of discussion both during the November meeting and after the November meeting about a Robert's Rules of Order issue concerning the activity around gear switching on the last day of the council meeting. So in this attachment, which I won't read in its entirety, but in the attachment, you'll see a brief review of that item that occurred in November. A summarization of what Robert's Rules of Order indicate as it pertains to this item. And there's some italicized text there that I lifted from some Robert's Rules of Order documents that are germane to that discussion. And then perhaps most germane to this discussion and the activities in November are our own rules, which are spelled out in our Council Statement of Organization, Practices, and Procedures. And the italicized text there, which I will read very quickly, indicates decisions of the council are by majority vote of the voting members present and voting, except for a vote to propose removal of a council member where a 2/3 majority of voting members is required. Decisions by consensus are permitted except when the action 1 recommends approval of an FMP or amendment of an FMP, including any proposed regulations. 2, request an amendment to regulations implementing an FMP, or 3, as a recommendation for responding to an emergency. Voting by proxy is permitted only by principal state officials, the tribal Indian representative, and NIMS regional administrators via properly named designees. An abstention does not affect the unanimity of a vote. So in other words, the council's rules on this case do mirror the prior text that I had lifted from some formal Robert's Rules documents. That text, as a quick summary, indicates that abstentions are not counted toward a final tally, and a motion should pass if a majority of those voting in favor, or a majority of those voting vote in favor. So just to put a cherry on the top of this discussion, at the last meeting, the motion to reconsider that was offered by Ms. Svensson should have passed. That would have been followed up by a subsequent, more substantive motion regarding gear switching alternatives. Whether that would have passed is unknown. in terms of our process, it's my opinion that this doesn't really disrupt our process. While it may have created a slowdown in what some folks were trying to do, there continues to be opportunity to raise and refine the alternatives concerning gear switching, and that will come before you again in April. So hopefully this matter has clarified what we did in November. I know I've spoken to several of you over the last couple of months about this item, but for the sake of clarity, I've offered this document here for you today. Pause there again, Mr. Chairman, and happy to take any questions on that attachment.
Mr. Anderson.
I don't have I have something I'd like, a perspective I'd like to offer if this is the appropriate time on this matter.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm one of those that spent a lot of time after the November meeting looking at lots of documents concerning Robert's Rules of Order and considering this. And the key piece in our COP is at the end of the first sentence there, where it says majority vote of the voting members present and voting. The and voting is a key piece. There are bodies such as ours have the opportunity to deviate from Robert's Rules of Order. This is not, the way we have written ours is not a deviation of Robert's Rules of Order. But I would raise just a couple of thoughts here. I've noted an increase in the frequency that abstentions, that a vote to abstain is being used in our process. I don't have any data. I didn't go back and look at voting logs to see whether my perspective about that is right or not. But I would just say that I think a vote to abstain is not something to be taken lightly. It is because you are refusing to vote on the matter that's before the body, and before making such a decision, it's to be considered seriously, in my opinion. We are set up where, because abstentions, if they are used extensively, you run into the situation where you can have less than a majority of our body making a decision on behalf of the body. You could get into situations where you have 4 or 5 people that are voting in favor of a motion, and the motion will pass because a number of members chose to abstain. Now, whether or not that's a realistic thing to expect to happen, I would suggest it probably isn't, but it is possible. And for me, that does raise a concern about the potential of having less than the majority of our voting members around this table make decisions on behalf of the body. So I would just put that out there for thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. I just wanted to briefly add some notes to Phil's thoughts there. As I believe one of the 2 votes from the moment in question that was an abstention, I just want to share that I agree with Mr. Anderson that I think abstentions are to be taken seriously. We are here to vote. We are entrusted to vote and make decisions, and I agree with that. Part of an abstention, from what I understand, is a statement of either misunderstanding or not feeling equipped to make a vote. And I can share personally that is how I felt when the vote in question happened, is that I did not feel equipped to be able to vote at that moment. So I just wanted to share that personal reflection with folks here and with the public, and to also just agree with Mr. Anderson that abstentions are serious and should be seriously considered by all members. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for that. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also don't have questions, but I do have some comments about this. Firstly, I'm appreciative of the explanation in the briefing book under this agenda item, both about voting and the clarity it brings to the council and to the public moving forward. That was an item that I was concerned about prior to this meeting based upon the confusion in November. I'm also thankful for whoever brought it up and continued to work on it. It was not me that brought that back to committee. What is concerning to me is the number of procedural items that surfaced last November that were out of order, including not having a council parliamentarian available, even via phone. We have a number of us that have some training or extensive training in parliamentary procedure. The council in general does use Robert's Rules of Order, but as a parliamentarian, typically we don't get into a dueling parliamentarian situation, and having an official who can speak to it and make that judgment call at time of would have alleviated a lot of this. I will say I find it somewhat disingenuous that the statement cites that whether subsequent substantive motions would have passed is unknown. What is known is that a vote that should have taken place in November now has had its outcome influenced far more than if it had been a standard motion. As the council member who made that motion provided the correct interpretation of Robert's rules and went on public record with my intention of bringing this motion back in April, I'm looking for at least two outcomes. Firstly, it should be noted that I found out about this through public stakeholders in the briefing book. If this type of situation were to occur again, the appropriate process should be for council staff to directly and personally notify the council member who was impacted as soon as the assessment of action was made. Secondly, the expectation is that I'll be allowed to present a motion for consideration at the April council meeting. This is in alignment with my statement that I provided in November. It also serves as public notice well before council staff's recent request to have notice of additional analytical requests submitted by the March briefing book deadline. I may choose to submit something in writing, but given the extremely limited amount of time that remains before the deadline, that criterion has been met. I've been working diligently with industry stakeholders who are proponents and opponents of gear switching over the winter on this topic. And unfortunately, the 14 days between the briefing book dropping and the beginning of this meeting was not sufficient time to develop a further refined and well-vetted motion with a cross-section of industry members from the fixed gear, mixed gear, bottom trawl, midwater trawl, and processors to call for a motion at this meeting. And I'm going to reiterate, not having notice of the action assessment in the interim between the November meeting and the March briefing book is what caused the loss of this opportunity until April, when we have proper notification. I'm also going to reiterate, so it is abundantly clear in terms of my intent, this is not an intention to delay the process, but it is to provide a gear switching alternatives that many proponents and some opponents of gear switching are in favor of moving forward. What I will be bringing to the next meeting will be based upon my November motion, which potentially is a clear, concise, and simple solution. One that removes or diminishes the allocation battle, addresses concerns about discrimination against one user group without fixing the underlying mechanism that may be the source of certain problems, provides processors the stability they need for their operations, and does not devalue one of the largest components of a fisherman's assets when they're going for business loans, retiring, or passing along that fully functioning operation to future generations. Now, this doesn't mean that this solution will leave fishermen 100% whole, but It is intended to reduce the amount of unintended damage that is likely to occur if other sub-options within the alternatives currently proposed are chosen. And it's an option the majority of stakeholders I've spoken with can or are willing to consider as a path to continue to operate their businesses. So in closing, I'll encourage all council members to vote, and I'll encourage them to vote in favor of the inclusion of an alternative for analysis that has been endorsed by proponents of gear switching. Proponents who recognize that the potential for harvesting more than historic levels of gear switch sablefish isn't sustainable, and who are committed to working to find solutions. Proponents of gear switching brought to the table the idea of using quota pounds that was ultimately chosen as a path forward in other alternatives. Continuing to have them actively engaged in the process, represented, and recognized for their contributions will give us a solution that has the best likelihood of rebuilding groundfish fisheries. And choosing to vote in opposition leaves the majority of them, if not all of them, with no option other than status quo. So I look forward to bringing a motion forward in April.
All right, thank you, Krista. And I will echo what you said about parliamentary, the handicap of not having a parliamentarian here. I think that Phil mentioned that we're having more abstentions. We're also having more tough parliamentary issues arising as well. Further comment or discussion? And if not, I'll turn back to our executive director. Oh, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Briefly, yeah, thank you for the discussion. I'll just comment on maybe one thing Krista said, and just reflections back to November. I think the whole thing. I understand it was an awkward situation, unusual situation. I mean, and everyone was trying to follow the procedures to the best of our abilities. But just one thing Krista said, and this is maybe more for the meeting planning agenda item, but just wondering if Krista says she continues to be interested in that idea. We supported that, trying to add that idea back in November, but whether it would need to be a motion to reconsider at that time or not, or just a regular motion to add it to the range of alternatives or not. That all felt this council does a really nice job of balancing the procedures with the substance, and that one seemed overly procedural, and people were taken a little bit by surprise. So just hoping we can get back to the not having to do a motion to reconsider if unnecessary in April. But yeah, just for further discussion later.
Thank you, Corey. And now I will turn back to the executive director.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of additional remarks then. One thing that I did skip over, and I apologize, is the on your list of your informational reports. One of the reports is the National Seafood Strategy. I understand that has garnered some interest. That was recently released by the National Marine Fisheries Service with a public comment deadline of March 16. The comment period is very slight. If there is interest in responding to that, some guidance from you all, either I would say probably under the next agenda item would be appropriate to give the public some opportunity to provide input if they have any. The timing is not ideal. Several of us have requested an extension of the comment period to the agency, but barring that extension, it may be worthwhile to plan on some sort of a response if this council so desires. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that. And then, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the council, I would like to invite Mr. Dooley to summarize the recent CMOD session, since this is the first time that this council has gone through CMOD, first time that any council has gone through CMOD, and it may be good just for awareness purposes to allow him to expound a bit on that activity.
All right, if Mr. Dooley's ready to do that, and perhaps you can begin with an explanation of the acronym.
I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I wrote this report because it's a lot to cover and I want to do it as quickly as possible, respecting the time we have. So I will be reading most of it. At the May 2019 Council Coordinating Committee meeting in Charleston, South Carolina, the committee established a temporary working group to develop a proposal for CMOD. CMOD is Council Member Ongoing Development. It was mirrored after what we used to call Fisheries Forum. And this proposal was to be presented at the November 2019 meeting in Washington, D.C. Bill Twite was appointed as the chairman of that working group. The working group presented a proposal at the CMOD at the November CCC meeting, which the CCC approved for further development to be presented at the May 2020 CCC meeting that was held virtually by a webinar. Steering committee was formed to work on the development of the CMOD program. It was led by Chair Bill Twite with representatives from all other regions, as well as NIMS headquarters. At the May 2020 CCC meeting, the committee heard the CMOD proposal and approved the terms of reference and the topics for the inaugural training session to be conducted in 2021. The New England Fishery Management Council was selected to host the first CMOD. The topics of EBFM, EAFM were chosen for the first meeting, as well as a skills focus session on making effective motions. Finally, after a long COVID-19 break and a lot of work by the steering committee, the inaugural CMOD was held on November 15th and 16th, 2022 in the chilly seaport town of Denver, Colorado. The meeting was moderated by Kim Gordon and Katie Latonich. They led the successful former Fisheries Forum series that served as a blueprint for CMOD. I'm thankful to Tom Nees from the New England Fishery Management Council for his work on the RFP and contract award. We definitely had the right contractors for the meeting. The prep work that Kim and Katie put into developing the agenda, as well as reaching out to each participant to have scoping conversations before they arrived, really set us up for success. We had representation from all councils, as well as from regional offices, science centers, and a couple of attendees from headquarters. There were approximately 39 attendees, a number that we felt was manageable and allowed for engagement by everyone. The steering committee was represented by Bill Twite, Diana Evans, and myself. The presentations highlighted ongoing relevant and diverse EBFM initiatives from all regions and prompted discussion. It seemed that every region had something to contribute. Our council region was well represented by Corey Ridings, Jessica Watson, Corey Niles, Andrew Lysing from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and myself. Kit Dahl and Yvonne Diarinier were scheduled to attend, but unfortunately had to cancel due to illness. They were both missed. Corey, Jessica, and Corey did an excellent job of presenting our council's work on EBFM in 3 separate presentations. The meeting was heavy on presentations with a lot of information being shared with participants. I think Diana Evans from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council said it best in her CMOD summary, so I'll just read that. The wrap-up session provided participants an opportunity to reflect on some of their take-homes. These included leaving with a better understanding that EBFM is not a static thing, but a collection of concepts and considerations, and each council is prioritizing what makes sense for them, one bite at a time. Some concerns about funding for EBFM work were raised and ways to leverage that. Intent to follow up on specific tools that others are using might work for their region was another benefit. Reflection that it provides clarity to see how other regions are approaching similar challenges, and it's comforting to know that other councils also struggle with these issues. And my favorite comment, there's an amazing brain trust available across this country. In my opinion, the meeting met and exceeded my expectations at recreating the prior successful Fisheries Forum series, and I believe it'll be even more effective in the future. There are a few recommendations following the session that would serve to improve on an already excellent meeting. Some thoughts that the committee will be addressing is a better balance between presentations and discussion time. On day one especially, there were fewer voices speaking up, perhaps more time at tabletop discussions to precede the big group discussions, and actively encouraging people to sit apart from their regional colleagues right from the start would be more effective. On day two, we did encourage people to sit apart from their home groups, and it worked well, enabled more cross-regional discussion and relationship building. Another comment on the topic knowledge of the group. This group was composed with a majority of high-level knowledge, level knowledge of EBFM. It felt like we might have benefited from a diversity of participants that were less familiar with the main topic. All said, in my opinion, this is a valuable meeting that met the goals of cross-regional sharing of information and building relationships with folks from those regions that I believe will serve us well going into the future. I look forward to the opportunity to work with the steering committee and planning for the next CMOD, tentatively scheduled for 2024. That concludes my report, so thank you.
All right, thanks very much for that thorough report. Bob, are there any questions or comments on Bob's report? Having participated in some of the fishery forums, I'm really glad to see that restarted as the CMOD program. All right, anything further, Mr. Executive Director?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Executive Director's report, although I do see Mr. Wolf with a question perhaps.
I do see that Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question. I was just waiting for that to complete. Just wanted to add on one point to Merrick's report. He's correct that my counterparts, the assistant regional administrators from all the other regions, will be here Tuesday through Thursday, as well as Kelly Dennett and her leadership in the Office of Sustainable Fisheries at headquarters. The one thing I wanted to clarify is that I believe Sam Rauch, our Deputy Assistant Administrator for Regulatory Programs, will also be here, but on separate days. He will be here tomorrow and potentially Thursday. So just wanted to notify the council of that as well, and raise that because of your comments, Merrick, regarding the seafood strategy. While I think the next agenda item is a perfectly fine place for the council to discuss it should it want to during the current open comment process, I'm sure Sam would also be available for questions from the council tomorrow if the council had them, even though he's not available today. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So with those important visitors with us through the meeting, we'll have to be on our best behavior. So please try. Anything further for the good of the order under this agenda item? And if not, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is open public comment. I believe there is one sign up, Jacques White, and that is accompanied with a presentation. So, Mr. White, welcome. Please enable your microphone. There's a little button there, and a green light will come on, and then everyone can hear you. Thanks.
Technology. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to come present today. My name is Jacques White. I'm the Executive Director of Along with the Kings, which is a nonprofit salmon recovery and sustainable fishing organization that's been operating for 36 years in the Northwest. The topic of my conversation today is a project that we are working to launch with a number of partners called the Pacific Coast Salmon and Climate Initiative. So, just an introduction, there's some takeaway messages that I hope you all will get from this, that this will be focused on Pacific salmon on the entire Pacific coast of North America, that we are looking to identify 3 areas of work. The first is to identify and address uncertainties around the climate impacts on salmon populations. The second is to identify pilot projects that we are uncertain about, but that may help increase salmon production to supply fisheries and ecosystem services. And the third thing is to identify no-brainer actions that we think need help in getting launched, that we are with high certainty believe will increase salmon production, both in hatcheries and in wild populations. The intent of this effort is to increase the resources available for salmon recovery on the West Coast. At least in the state of Washington, we are spending what we identify as about 25 cents on the dollar on the amount of resources that are needed in order to meet our recovery goals just for ESA listed stocks. And that is unacceptable. And I do not think that the situation is significantly different in any other states or the province of British Columbia. The last thing is we really need your help. And so that'll be my last play. Could you go four advances ahead? We are all really certain that salmon are in trouble. I don't think this is any secret. You all are dealing with this on an ongoing basis and trying to organize the harvest of a diminishing resource. Next slide, please. Next, yeah, there. So what we're facing in terms of salmon management and recovery on the production side is that we've had rapid human population growth. Even in areas where we don't have high populations, we have intensive land and water uses, and that has resulted in depleted salmon populations. Could you advance 2 slides, please? On top of that now, we are recognizing that we're having significant climate impacts. We have variable snowpacks, we have increases in wildfires and the potential impacts of those, elevated river temperatures, low flows, warming and acidifying oceans, and altered marine and freshwater food webs. Next slide, please. All these things are adding up to increased vulnerability for our salmon and steelhead populations. Next slide. So we think that the solution is a collaborative framework where we can engage tribal and non-tribal governments, academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, industry, and community groups in a unified effort. Next slide, advance. And the idea that we're putting forward is a 10-year initiative, as I said, to fill knowledge gaps, to prioritize, fund, and implement crucial actions, inform local and regional planning efforts, and build capacity and resilience in impacted communities. Next. And the result, we hope, is a climate resilient path to protect and restore Pacific salmon. Next slide, please. So we have, over the last year and a half, been talking to a number of managers in the region from California to Alaska. And what we're hearing back is a unified and comprehensive response that we need this kind of perspective, that local actions are important, but a broader perspective is necessary to share information across regions, to increase the focus and the call for funding to address some of these issues. Next slide, please. So a couple of examples of how collaborative work has been employed in the past. We recently completed, in partnership with the Pacific Salmon Foundation in Canada and a number of other organizations, a project called the Salish Sea Marine Survival Project, to address poor marine survival of Chinook, coho, and steelhead in that basin. We were asking one particular question, and we engaged in over 90 independent studies of that problem. Next slide, please. This had over 200 researchers involved, over 60 different organizations. We raised or leveraged over $40 million. Next slide. And this is our NASCAR slide, giving you the breadth of indication of the folks that were involved. I would bring your attention to the fact that there were also some large corporations in both the US and Canada that were engaged in this effort. It wasn't just the usual suspects. Next slide, please. From this effort, we generated 20 technical reports, over 50 refereed scientific publications, and 5 summary reports, which are available at marinesurvivalproject.com if you're interested in looking at this. Next slide, please. And there are 2 main findings. There were some auxiliary impacts on salmon productivity related to habitat and forage fish populations, but the 2 main issues were an increase in harbor seals in the basin was heavily reducing populations through predation of steelhead, Chinook, and coho, and that Chinook and coho growth rates had declined over time, and that was resulting in poor marine survival, and that those reductions in growth rates seemed to be related to changes in prey availability and prey type. and that we thought that there was a climate component involved there. So that started us thinking about climate. Next slide, please. Another example of collaboration that we think was successful recently was the completion of the 2022 winter high seas expedition that was carried out under the International Year of the Salmon and North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, leveraging 5 countries to simultaneously go sample juvenile salmon populations in the Pacific Ocean coming out of winter. This was a difficult and improbable project, and we were successful in fielding ships even in the face of international conflict. Next slide, please. So we are approaching this salmon and climate initiative by trying to put together a coalition that includes a number of different organizations focused at a number of different levels on the issue. Next slide. We also feel it's really important to center this on indigenous populations because of their long-term approach to and focus on and a prioritization of salmon as a cultural and economic feature. Next slide, please. And we think that the scale of from Northern California to Southeast Alaska is also appropriate because we can share information and we will be learning. The folks who are from California here are quite aware of the impacts that are occurring there due to increased temperatures, reduced flows, and other issues related to potential climate change, and learn from that and think about this in the context of the broader ecosystem. Next slide, please. So why now? Well, clearly we are having problems with things like warm blobs and wildfires. Next slide, related to climate. There is a focus on environmental work in the current administration and Congress that has made new resources available, and we would like to leverage those and make sure those are targeted in the right direction. Next slide. And there are regional efforts across state boundaries in the West focused on things like reducing carbon production, but there is no similar effort focused on salmon management and recovery. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, you can go 4 ahead. Thank you. So where we are now is we are trying to put together a workshop, which was the tool that we used at the beginning of the Sailor Sea Marine Survival Project, put together about 90 managers and researchers and advocates to discuss what a salmon initiative would look like and how we would execute on some of these actions. Next slide. From that workshop, we would generate a strategic action plan. And then this is, I mean, we are guessing. This is the kinds of things that we were thinking would come out of this, but we would wait to see what we get from the workshop. One of the things that we would anticipate is forming a coordination committee, which would be a high-level body similar to this one, where folks could look over the work and give guidance to the people that are enacting that work, and a series of technical teams that would be addressing issues like physical habitat, water flows, hatchery production, and wild population diversity, and helping guide us in those actions. Again, we would be looking for increased funding. We would be looking for early on-the-ground actions. We would be looking to test novel actions. We would be looking for peer-reviewed studies to try to increase our understanding and also to develop tools and models. Next, and then we would iterate this. Next slide, please. So the current core team that's working on this project is along with the Kings Salmon Defense, which is a nonprofit organization representing Western Washington Treaty Tribes, the Pacific Salmon Foundation in Canada, which is also a nonprofit organization, several faculty from the University of Washington, and Eric Netherland, who's the Washington Governor's Salmon Recovery Office director. Next slide. So there are a number of benefits related to science, planning, and investment that we think will come out of this. Just leave that there for a second. Next slide. And so what I'm coming to you today because we need your help. We need some support to launch this workshop. So whether or not this is funding that could be directed from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council or any of the member organizations or individuals who are in the room, we would love your support. If you have ideas about people that represent your interests, who you think should be participating in this upcoming workshop, either as a steering committee or a workshop participant, or would be like to participate as support staff in developing the workshop summary report or the strategic action plan, I'd like to hear from you. Let us know how you would like to engage in this and what efforts you'd like to take. That's my 10 minutes. That's the end of my talk. I'm happy to engage in any questions that you might have if you're interested.
Dr. White, thank you very much for that presentation. You timed it just perfectly. So let's see if there are any questions from around the table. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. White, for this presentation. You noted at the beginning of it that this was you were thinking coast-wide. And then on slide 14, you show a map and there's sort of a little oranged out area. And it looks to my eye that it only covers the very northern part of California. Perhaps I'm missing something obvious, but just.
The map is missing something. We intend to go into California to the extent of Salmon Range. So it would be to the Bay Area.
Great.
At least, if not Central California.
Danny Evanson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice, yeah, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I have a similar question. I have a couple questions, but one on the map. I noticed that the map does extend into Alaska, and you're saying this is coast-wide. It includes Bristol Bay, it looks like, stops just shy of the Yukon Kuskokwim and goes all the way out to Akitan. How did this map get drawn? Recognizing you're saying you're also, talking about this issue that you're observing up and down the seaboard, painting with a broad brush, right? And I understand that, but we had more than 75 million sockeye returning to Bristol Bay. On the flip side of perhaps also created by climate change, but it's the flip side of the story. So how did the map get drawn?
My project manager, who has very limited GIS skills, put some lines on a map to indicate that we were looking at Alaska all the way to California. There is no more, there's no more significance to it other than to try to indicate that we are interested in a broad range. Maybe putting a map together at this juncture is inappropriate because we haven't had feedback from people like you and others to make sure that it really represents what we're talking. But I don't know a better way to articulate the scale than to start drawing lines. And if the lines are inappropriate, we would certainly like feedback from folks, particularly from your state, to help us make sure that those lines are drawn properly.
Thank you for that response. And if I may, just one more question, and perhaps I missed it, but I didn't see any bullets on an increase in marine predators affecting salmon. Is that because you're not linking it with climate change, or I just noticed that?
That is correct. I have not heard, our team has not heard or understood that there is a direct link between climate change now and predator abundance. We think that our experience in the Salish Sea, at least, has said that has a lot to do with implementation and the success of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, not a direct connection to climate at this time. If there's I would love to hear more about it if there are other marine mammal populations that are believed to be that are harmful to salmon populations or in competition with salmon that are believed to be climate impacted.
Thank you.
Further questions of Dr. White? Mr. Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Jack, for coming forward with this. I just wanted to offer a few thoughts and maybe ask a question at the end. So Long Live the Kings as an organization has been one of the most progressive organizations in Washington that I have had experience with, both as a former board member and during my tenure at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And my tenure as director kind of coincided with the beginnings of the Salish Sea Marine Survival Project. That was a joint, as Jock mentioned, a joint project that had organizations from both the United States and Canada. The Pacific Foundation teamed up with Long Live the Kings on this, and the amount of money that they were able to put toward that project, and the documents that came out of that study were very impressive, number one, very informative, number two, and having it focused on that single question that was reflected here in that project really allowed us to look at, I thought, at the time, I thought it was one of the most important questions that we had to try to answer with and grapple because of our decline in steelhead and Chinook, those two in particular, notwithstanding coho. But trying to understand what was going on, we had evidence that we just had much poorer survival rates for fish coming out of the Salish Sea than we did along the coast, for example, that we really needed to get at that question. And so my point here is that this organization was able to bring together, you saw the slide that had all of the contributing organizations to it, both private and public, together to look at this one question. And so when Long Live the Kings is bringing this proposal forward, you're hearing from a group that has experience in bringing together large, diverse groups of organizations and individuals that don't always work together, but the ability to bring all of these together to focus on a single issue associated with salmon is very impressive. And so it gives me confidence that the new initiative that Dr. White's presenting to us today will be one that we should think seriously about how we can engage in and be a part of. Now, it may turn out after our deliberations that we will want to do that as individual entities and not as the council, as an organization, but it's a conversation we ought to have because there's just no denying the stress and the risks that are on our salmonid populations and the need to try to figure out how we're going to respond. And in terms of the map, I mean, I think if you're looking at and my question is going to be about the steering committee, what you're thinking about there. I mean, it seems to me it's that kind of a steering committee that will ultimately help design the scope of the project, and if there's a subsequent map that's drawn after those conversations take place, that's probably the map at that time will be more meaningful than maybe it is now, in that it's just was developed to give the indication, the intent that we're looking at a broad area and the influences that this area has in general in terms of our ocean productivity for our salmon populations are all involved, whether the runs originate in Puget Sound or in Central California. So I'll go from there to a question about the steering committee, the timing of pulling that steering committee together, and what your thoughts are about how you might populate that steering committee.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. First of all, thanks for the kind words about the work that we've done in the past. Well, we are in the process of trying to put together a steering committee for the workshop. And it includes the folks that are on the core team, but we would like broader geographic representation. This is heavily Washington focused, and I think that we really need others. So there is a recruitment for a steering committee for the workshop that we plan to host this fall that is imminent. And there is what we would call the coordinating committee, which I believe you're a member of under the Salish Sea Marine Survival Project, which I anticipate would be put together after the workshop, and that the workshop would be one mechanism to identify the appropriate breadth and specifics of membership. And that then we would work with stakeholders and partners who would want to be part of this organization to populate that group and make sure that we had geographic and sector diversity. The size needs to be appropriate so that it was a manageable group, probably about this size. I'm hesitant, Phil, to get too far out ahead of what the shape of this is going to be, other than to say that we've identified a need or a set of needs related to uncertainties, related to possible actions that we think could work, and related to actions that we know will work. Beyond that, I don't want to get too detailed. I guess the one other thing I'll say is that I have reached out to some of my colleagues in the nonprofit environmental community to partner in this, partly in thinking that if we go together to a large private funder, we are more likely to get resources to launch an initiative like this and to build the infrastructure necessary, as we did with the Marine Survival Project. Because we were unwilling to say that we didn't think that hatchery populations were going to be part of the salmon management solution, and that hatchery populations, then that we feel that hatchery populations deserve a focus with respect to change in climate and how that's impacting hatchery populations. There was not uniform interest in other groups other than the Pacific Salmon Foundation, and that's okay. But our realistic perspective is until we remove all of the insults on the environment that caused us to put hatcheries there in the first place, that is what is supporting treaty rights, that is what is supporting non-tribal fisheries, at least with respect to Chinook salmon, and that is what is supporting southern resident killer whales, and that if we were to try to abandon that or not pay attention to the fact that those are going to be impacted by climate, that's a fool's errand, and we can't go there. So this is a Pacific Coast salmon and climate initiative, not a Pacific Coast wild salmon and climate initiative. And in some of the conversations I've had with NOAA representatives, like Barry Thom and former NOAA representatives now, Barry Thom, Will Stell, Scott Rumsey, they recognize the agency's challenges in addressing those issues at a comprehensive level because they have their hands full on fisheries management issues and on wild fish population recovery through implementation of ESA. And what we are calling for here is a much broader look at salmon and what is necessary to have that population serving cultural and economic purposes going forward. Sorry, I kind of overstepped Phil's question, but I thought that was an important point.
Phil?
Just one other thought. You mentioned in your presentation the need to bring the salmon management community into this effort, and I think that's really important. I think a lot of the other efforts around salmon recovery haven't done that. And that we've been, in these kind of stovepipe areas of interest and concern and initiatives and restoring habitat and addressing climate change, looking at marine survival, all those kinds of things. It's been a real challenge in my mind to get the entire salmon community together. This is probably maybe the only organization I can think of where we bring salmon managers from the tribes, the states, together in making management decisions on a coast-wide basis, and we have integration with the Pacific Salmon Commission. So, but again, I would just reiterate the importance, I think, of trying to get the totality of the salmon, the people who care about salmon, that depend on salmon, together in this effort if it's going to be successful.
Can I just say that if you have interest in learning more about this, or you want to talk to me directly about how your organization could get involved, my email is jwhite@lltk.org. So that I'm available. I'd be happy to talk to you anytime that you're interested. We think this is critically important, and we really want to make progress.
All right, thank you. Hopefully, Dr. White, you can hang around through the next break so people can come up and talk to you individually.
Sure, thank you very much.
Because it's obviously, especially for our March and April meetings, salmon is top of mind. Any other questions on the presentation? Mr. Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. White, for the presentation. On slide 13 of your presentation, you spoke to centering indigenous interests.
Yes.
Could you perhaps elaborate on what sort of engagement that you may have had with the tribes?
Yeah. So in Washington State, our organization has spent the last, since July probably, pretty much all of our time focused on this has been doing outreach to tribal communities, both in terms of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and CRIPFIC, and also individual treaty tribes. Our partners, the Pacific Salmon Foundation in Canada, have initiated something over the last couple of years called the First Nation Dialogues, and they have been trying to bring together First Nations from throughout the province to engage in a conversation about what their goals are for salmon management and recovery, what the mechanisms and tools that they want to use, and how they use those tools and those rights and responsibilities to manage salmon, and to try to integrate that at the very least with the nonprofit community's perspective on that, and at times bring in DFO and see how that can achieve greater progress. I will say I have not done any outreach to Native corporations in Alaska at this point, and I will have to rely on others who have those connections and understand those relationships and those rights and responsibilities to help us. But we, in the Marine Survival Project, we had tremendous tribal involvement in the actual work. What we didn't have was really strong tribal involvement at the inception and the design of the project. And then I wasn't certain that we had tribal acceptance of responsibility for advancing the findings and ownership of the findings. And so in this project, we feel, because this will be a long-term, probably for the rest of the time salmon are being managed on the West Coast, we'll be dealing with these issues, that tribes and First Nations and Native corporations have the timeline, perspective, and commitment to the resource to carry this work forward when I'm done and when all the rest of the people in this room are done. And so I don't see how we can successfully implement a program like this without engagement of Indigenous peoples and meaningful engagement and ownership. We're committed to have a quarter of the members of the steering committee for the workshop be from Indigenous communities around the region, at least.
Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. White, for the response. So I appreciate that you've reached out to Northwest Indian Fish Commission as well as CRIPFIC. There are a couple other tribes that you may want to connect with if you haven't already. That would be Hoopa Valley Tribe and Yurok Tribe. They also engage here within the council process as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, any further questions from around the table? Thank you very much, Dr. White. And that concludes all of the signups for open public comment and takes us to council discussion. And as Executive Director Merrick Burden mentioned, this would be an appropriate time for council members to discuss and weigh in on the draft national seafood strategy. So I'll look for hands. Pete Hessemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to kick that off, a question to NIMS on this, to Mr. Wolf. In looking at the National Seafood Strategy, I just want to make sure there would be an opportunity for council to comment when NOAA Fisheries releases. They're encouraging all interested members of the public to provide comment. Would they accept, or does that include councils providing comments to NIMS on the strategy?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Yes, I think we definitely want input from the councils on the national seafood strategy, 100%. So I think if the councils are able to do it through the public comment process that's open right now through the 16th, we would welcome that.
Okay, well, thank you. I didn't want to go off on some tangent here if they weren't accepting it. So I would say, I guess I feel strongly that this council should submit some comments on the National Seafood Strategy. It came up onto the radar very abruptly in mid-February with a 30-day comment period. And so maybe I'll just take a minute to look at some of the substance, or why I think the council should comment on that strategy. There are 4 goals in the strategy, the draft strategy. It's very short. The first goal is to sustain or increase sustainable U.S. wild capture production. The second goal is increase sustainable U.S. aquaculture production, focusing on goal 1 first, to sustain or increase wild capture production. Maybe I'm a little biased or opinionated on that, but I think the epicenter for achieving that goal is right here on the West Coast. We can look at some of the underutilized species that we have that through a lot of the council's work and engagement with the stakeholders, that we deal with this every day, is trying to achieve optimum yield in very sustainable fisheries. And as part of that, I think there's a broad infrastructure spread across this coast that's also being underutilized. We've dealt with some of the markets that have been collapsed, and then the efforts to rebuild those markets, the loss of fillet lines in some of the plants, the loss of ice machines, and a whole number of things that have affected the industry. But a key here on the West Coast is this infrastructure that would support fishing communities on a broad geographic scope, and it could be used to help increase that wild capture production. So, I haven't done an assessment of all the council area or the U.S. managed fisheries, but I think the West Coast has a lot to offer. And in the ideal world that I see, maybe 50% or greater of NOAA Fisheries efforts to meet this goal would be directed to the West Coast, because what we have to provide. In the goal 2, looking at aquaculture, I understand aquaculture has a place. It's a very important. I've worked in aquaculture and mariculture in the past, but maybe the least expensive pathway to getting more seafood into the U.S. markets and on U.S. tables is, number 1, the wild capture production, and especially here on the West Coast. And again, because of the infrastructure that is already built, the aquaculture piece of it may be very site specific, and I'm not sure how strong that might support fishing communities and resilience in fishing communities, as opposed to rebuilding and strengthening the infrastructure we have. There are other parts of this that have, not being an economist, it's hard to think about how it all works, but the U.S. imports a lot of seafood. It also exports a lot, and some of our fully utilized species are heavily exported, and then we rely on import products to support a lot of the
the programs that this strategy is trying to get at. So I think it's really important for this council to weigh in, talking to some of the industry reps we have here. I know they'll be submitting comments. So I guess my ask is that the council does submit comments to NOAA Fisheries on this, and that the executive director and the staff would work together to put that letter together and figure out the right avenue to support it. So thank you.
Further discussion? I have a couple of comments as well that maybe I noticed in the sorry, it's a salmon meeting, so I'm going to keep coming back to that. Under goal 1, which is to sustain or increase sustainable U.S. wild capture production, one of the 3 bulleted points is habitat conservation in support of fisheries. And we know that how important salmon fisheries are to the Pacific coast. And we notice how dependent those populations of salmon, and therefore the fisheries, are dependent upon adequate measures inland. And this is a role that NIMS has in addressing habitat issues inland. So I guess I'd ask if Mr. Wolf has, on behalf of NIMS, any introspection on what steps NIMS can take with regard to habitat conservation for Pacific salmon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I mean, I think you're right. It is outlined as one of the 3 kind of pillars underneath that goal 1. It specifically calls out habitat. So I do think comments along these lines are very relevant to the strategy. And I think, you know, the overall concept here was to try and put the strategy forward based on stakeholder concerns to support the growing importance of seafood and the challenges faced by our seafood sector as a whole across the board. And the points you raised regarding the salmon are very relevant to that. And this comes from a number of discussions that over the many years that we've heard from various aspects of the industry. Habitat is just one component. And I think the implementation of this strategy, once it is final, would be to look at where NIMS, under any of its existing authorities, has the ability to help implement and take steps towards achieving the goals that they've outlined. And that is one key piece.
Sure, thank you for that. So I guess I would suggest if the council is going to provide written comments that we highlight that particular issue. And I think we will be hearing, I know from the Habitat Committee on certain issues. And we here at the council have written many sternly worded letters about the need for habitat protection for Pacific salmon, you know, throughout their range. So thanks for that. One other comment I have on the National Seafood Strategy, I think it raises a lot of, I mean, the goals are you know, great, but the focus seems to be on commercial fisheries. I don't see any reference there that would suggest any goals. Obviously, both commercial and recreational fisheries benefit from some of those goals, but the tone of the strategy seems very commercial oriented. I don't have any suggested edits in that regard. I just want to make that observation that you know, nationwide, you know, the recreational fishery, I mean, it really, if you exclude Alaska, probably nationally, the recreational community has more economic impact. So, and I'm talking now about domestic seafood production, ignoring imports, because we don't deal with imported seafood here. And the goal here is to increase domestic production. So I just want to make that isolated comment without any specific suggestion. Anything else, Mr. Oatman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a question to Ryan. So it talks about the strategy framework and that this would allow NOAA fisheries to address important national issues such as resilience of coastal fishing communities, financial viability of seafood industry, the effects and opportunities of international trade, and the importance of seafood to nutrition, food security, food sovereignty, subsistence fishing, and traditional tribal fishing rights. So with the tribes here of the council, from those affiliated with Northwest Indian Fish Commission, those with Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, and Hoopa and Yurok tribes in California. How would this seafood strategy apply to their respective stocks and fisheries?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Open, for the question. I mean, I don't know if I have the answer for how it would directly apply to those stocks. I know that it was very important for NOAA when they put this strategy out to recognize the regional needs and approaches that would vary, including the importance of food sovereignty, traditional tribal fishing rights and communities, and of course our requirements as the U.S. to uphold the treaty rights for federally recognized tribes. So the intent was to take that into consideration, and we would welcome any additional comments if there is a way for us to strengthen that in the strategy.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ryan, for that response. That's probably an area of interest to see if we can't come with some language that might strengthen that. And so just to understand your response, places like the Columbia Basin, for example, this would be applicable to what goes on there, for instance. Thank you.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. A question for Ryan. You mentioned the implementation plan, also mentioned in the strategy in that it's going to be resources and authorities of your agency that you'll be looking at next. Did you have a timeline on when that implementation plan will be developed and opportunities to comment there?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. I don't have a specific timeline. I know the goal was to start to shift from the final strategy into implementation later this calendar year, so in 2023. My guess it would be the latter half of that, sometime, I don't know, maybe after the summer, we would be into implementation as we compile the comments that come in over the coming weeks here. But I don't have a date more specifically than the desire is to get into the implementation and anything associated with that later this calendar year in 2023.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good direction to go. In reading the 4 strategy objectives, I think number 1 is really important. I think number 1 is the foundation of this whole thing. If we're going to build something and identify it, if we don't have fish, if we don't have adequate surveys and adequate science supporting our surveys, which all boils down to the money to do those surveys, we won't fully achieve and sustain our ability to access our fish stocks, particularly as climate change more and more affects everything. I think that means we need more science, not less. And I'm hearing more and more that our surveys are being compromised because we don't have the financial ability or the resources to keep our surveys and our stock assessments up. And so the more uncertainty that gets injected into this system, the less access we have to the fish that are there, because that uncertainty creates buffers and creates issues of our continued understanding of what the resource status is in all fisheries, both inshore and in rivers and as well as on the ocean. So I really think if we're going to go down this road, there has to be an acknowledgement that there's funding to support it. And that's the foundation of the house we're building, is that. And so as we lose funding, and we see it in all parts of it, including our management home here, we see this funding going away and have to make compromises. And those compromises, in my opinion, directly affect our ability to access stocks and fish, and thus, increase our food security, all of those things. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a good point, Bob, and maybe to expand on my answer to Corey, implementation is not just, we're looking at a multi-year implementation. This is not just we put the strategy out and then we focus on it for the rest of this year. And then I didn't mean to imply that was where it stopped. This builds on, or was intended to build on, the 2030 vision for NOAA Fisheries that was developed. So for the next 5-7+ years, this is, once it is final, will be a key strategy that the agency utilizes when it is developing its priorities and its focuses. So, and that gets into some of your questions, Bob, about resources. So to the extent, as you've heard, the regional and even national priorities presented annually to this council, right? Things like that will be impacted every year for what we decide to focus the funding that we do have on. And this will be a key strategy that is looked to, especially nationally, but also regionally, when we do our annual and multi-year prioritization processes. Thanks.
All right. Anything further under this agenda item, particularly with regard to any council comments? Phil Anderson?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to Dr. White's presentation, and I'm certainly mindful of the need for the council to stay within its lane. But I'm wondering, I'd be willing to volunteer on my own time and my own dime to have some further dialogue with Dr. White, and depending on how those conversations go, may have something to bring back to the council to consider. So I'm not asking or suggesting we do anything formal at this time, but I think the initiative and the need to have the salmon management component of salmon recovery and how to deal with climate change is an important thing for us to do, and we are uniquely positioned to do that. So I'm just again not suggesting we do anything formal, but I'd be willing to volunteer to do that again on my own time and my own dime.
Well, on behalf of the council, thank you for your volunteering. And I guess we'll see where this leads, because climate change is having a direct impact on our fisheries, salmon fisheries in particular. Any further comments from the council before I go to Deputy Director Ames? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I took a look at the public comment that was submitted prior to the meeting from Puget Soundkeeper. It was regarding the tire toxin. I think it's the 6-ppdq toxin. I think the council has talked briefly about this before, if my memory is correct. The letter noted that it's a problem for salmon, and was just noting perhaps this is something the Habitat Committee might be interested in looking at the future. I'm not sure exactly when or where, but just wanted to put that out, that that could be something that would be useful to look at in the future. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Corey, for highlighting that public comment. All right, Mr. Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for a nice discussion here on a couple of items that unfortunately were not able to be agendaized in time, like the seafood strategy. We did have some pointers that you raised here. If it's the will of the council, we'd be happy to draft a letter and work with the leadership team to submit that. If you would rather us pursue that in the QR letter format that we have done before, we'd be happy to pursue that as well. Absent that guidance, I think I would plan to work with our deputy director and the leadership team up here in crafting that response by the deadline. Want to make sure that that's clear before we close out that item.
Corey?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I don't have a direct answer to your question, but yeah, I was going to ask, are we just offering comments to NIMS currently, or are we going to capture in a letter? And I guess I'm struggling kind of with what Bob said, and I was thinking Phil was going to speak up to this point as well, but that all these seem like reasonable goals, but and number one is the one that's most central to our work, and it's not like they're swimming in funding, and we're worrying about surveys and all that. So I just maybe echoing what Bob said, and if we are to do a letter, I think achieving these goals and supporting the seafood sector while also not losing ground on our the agency's core fisheries monitoring, surveying, protected species work, that would be a challenge. But just if that's for the letter, yeah, I just think that part should be emphasized.
So are you okay with the leadership team, or do you want a QR process?
I think I let off with that. I don't have a direct answer to that question, so still don't. But apologies there.
All right, because I think what I heard our executive director state is that we would go with the leadership team unless there was a desire from the council for the QR process. So I guess that's the question. Corey?
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chair. I know this may create a little bit more work, but I'd love to see a QR process on this. Just a chance to take a little bit of a closer look because we weren't able to fully agendize it at this meeting. I agree with what other council members have said. I think this is important and appreciate the work the agency is doing on this. So if that's reasonable around the table, then I would throw that out as my preferred option.
All right. Well,
Thanks.
The deadline is March 15th for the letter. So if we're going to follow the QR, we're going to need pretty instantaneous response from council members, just to put that out there. So we'll go QR since there's a request for that. Okay, anything further on this agenda item? I'm not seeing any hands. We've earned our first break. We'll be back at 10:45, and I will in advance transfer the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer, who will take us forward with Pacific Halibut. So we'll see you at 10:45.
Council members, public, if you can take your seats 1 minute. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for passing the gavel. I think we're ready to call the meeting back to order here, and we're going to move into the halibut items. So I will turn it over to Robin Elke for an introduction to this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item C1, the annual International Pacific Halibut Commission meeting report. The 2023 annual meeting of IPHC was held in Victoria, British Columbia, January 23rd through the 27th. The meeting included reports on recent survey results and current stock status, considerations of the probabilities of risk and benefits involved with specific harvest choices, and discussions focused on harvest policy and methods for distributing coast-wide yield to regulatory areas. The IPHC reached agreement for the 2023 Pacific halibut catch limits, which include the Area 2A total catch exploitable yield, or TCEY, and the resulting fishery catch exploitable yield, FCEY, which is described in Attachment 1. So under this agenda item, Dr. Basha Hotniczak, Fisheries Policy Branch Manager for IPHC, will provide an overview of the annual meeting, stock assessment, and plans for upcoming stock assessment surveys. In addition, the national report from the United States submitted to the IPHC, which includes the harvest estimates for the 2022 season, and the annual enforcement report for Area 2A is provided as Attachment 2 under this agenda item. Mr. Phil Anderson, the Pacific Fishery Management Council's representative to the IPHC, attended the annual meeting along with numerous other interested parties from Area 2A, and Mr. Anderson will provide a brief summary of the discussions and results of the meeting for the council consideration, which is agenda item C1B, IPHC Representative Report 1. So the council action under this agenda item is just to consider the IPHC meeting reports and provide any guidance as appropriate. For your reference materials, you have the two attachments I mentioned, and we do have a PowerPoint presentation from IPHC. There is a report, but it's going to be summarized in the presentation. And we have a supplemental report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and a supplemental report from the GAP. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions on the overview before we proceed with this? And I'm not seeing any hands, so I think we'll move right into the International Pacific Halibut Commission report. And we have Basha Hotniczak with us here. Welcome you to the table, and I see you have an assistant there with you. So please introduce yourselves and go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and good morning, members of the Council. My name is Basha Hotniczak. I'm a Fisheries Policy Branch Manager at the International Pacific Halibut Commission, and I have here with me Dr. Ian Stewart, who is our stock assessment expert, who will be assisting me and helping with making the presentation. So moving to our presentation, the focus on this presentation is to provide the Council with a summary of the outcomes of the IPHC's 99th session of the annual meeting that took place earlier this year in January. And if we can go to the next slide. So the 99th session of the IPHC took place between 23rd and 27th January in Victoria, British Columbia, with a remote access option for participation. We had in total 152 participants, both in person and remotely. The meeting is, as every year, open to the public, and we have our annual report available now on the website, as well as a part of supplementary documents for this meeting. And here we have in the presentation also a link to the AM annual meeting webpage. Next slide, please. The major decision of the Commission annually is the decision on the mortality limits. And here we have the mortality limits distributed between IPHC regulatory areas. And the total mortality limits allocated for this year, it's 36.97 million pounds. And if we go one slide further, and this mortality limits implies 10.3% decrease in comparison with 2022 total constant exploitation yield. However, as the Commission decided to keep the mortality limit in IPHC regulatory area 2A, that includes Northern California, Oregon, and Washington at the same level. So the 2023 TCY is 1.65 million pounds. But I will note that some of the IPHC regulatory areas noted a substantial decrease in their mortality limits, particularly area 3A and 4A in Alaska, that it's more than 17% decrease. And the next slide. Here we have the table with mortality limits detailed projections based on the decision on the total constant exploitation yield, and it includes projection as well as limits based on the domestic catch sharing arrangements for the different user groups within the Pacific halibut fisheries. And these mortality limits, as well as the detailed projections on fisheries limits, these are decided by the Commission with the input of the IPHC stock assessment, and the stock assessment summary of the major findings on that will be provided by Dr. Stewart here. And we can go to the next slide.
Thank you, and good morning, council members. Ian Stewart. I will be providing you just a brief overview of the stock assessment, a few comments on the patterns that we're seeing in IPHC regulatory area 2A, particularly with regard to the fixed catch limit that's been in place now for 5 years, as well as some near-term projection information. So for the coastwide stock assessment, we saw a strong drop in all of our coastwide indices in 2022, corresponding to the lowest fishery performance that we've seen in approximately 3 decades. This drop was closely related to the transition from older year classes, particularly the 2005 year class, to a much younger year class born in 2012. We have a substantial gap in recruitment between those 2 year classes from 2006 to 2011, which has caused reduced productivity for the stock. And especially, particularly in 2022, was this relatively major transition from older to younger fish, which was somewhat disruptive for the fishery and corresponded to lower catch rates. Next slide, please. This figure shows you the 3 indices that we create from our coastwide fishery independent setline survey. The percentage in each panel is the percent change from 2021 to 2022. From left to right, these are the numbers of fish per unit effort, the total pounds landed, and the pounds per skate of fish that are above the current commercial minimum size limit of 32 inches, or the 0.32 pounds per skate. And you see that the decline from 2021 to 2022 was more pronounced as you move from numbers to pounds, and definitely to 0.32 pounds. And this reflects, again, that transition in the age structure from older to younger fish, and the larger drop in the older, heavier fish. Next slide, please. With regard to the biological information, this figure shows you the proportion of the survey catch at each age in each year, going back a few decades. age on the y-axis and year across the x-axis. Strong diagonal patterns indicate strong year classes, and here I've highlighted three: the 1987 year class, which was historically incredibly important to the stock; the 2005 year class, which has been most recently important to the stock and fishery; and then at the end there, the 2012 year class, which you'll see for the second time in our survey series, has been the most numerous in our survey catch. So a strong transition over the last couple of years in the survey, similar transition observed by the fishery in 2022. Next slide, please. This figure shows you now, the panel on the left is from our fishery independent setline survey. It's the legal or O32 catch rate. And on the right is the commercial fishery performance. And this reinforces the observation that we've seen across for a number of years now, that we tend to see very similar patterns, especially at the coastwide level, between our survey index of abundance and what was seen in the commercial fishery. And both of these sources corroborated this drop in 2022. Next slide, please. To bring a little bit closer to home here, this is the same panel, only it illustrates the catch rates that we've observed for IPHC regulatory area 2A here off the West Coast. And I want to highlight a couple things. One, you'll see on the left is the fishery independent setline survey for 2A. Again, this is legal or O32 weight per unit effort. So these are only the largest fish. But here you can see a relatively flat trend and actually a small increase from 2021 to 2022. So this is in fact good news. This is one of the places that we would look to evaluate whether the fixed mortality limit in IPHC regulatory area 2A is potentially having any effect on the local abundance there. And at this point, there doesn't seem to be. The other place we would look would be the biological information. And there too, although I don't have a slide for that, we're not seeing any big anomalies between 2A and what we're seeing in the rest of region 2 and in the rest of the stock. In the right-hand panel there shows you some of the challenge we have in interpreting the commercial fishery data, both tribal and non-tribal, for IPHC regulatory area 2A. These two fisheries operate in different places and at different times of the year. And as you can see right away, historically, there's been very little correlation in the catch rates between these two fisheries. And so this makes it somewhat more challenging in 2A specifically to interpret the commercial catch rates and how they may relate to the broader stock, both across all of 2A, but also for the rest of region 2. And we do understand that there's considerable biological mixing across the West Coast, Canadian waters, and even up into Southeast Alaska, with satellite tagging indicating that we can have fish that transit all three of those areas even within a single fishing season. Next slide, please. There is some good news in this year's data, and that is a continued look at the size at age of fish, which had been very high in the late 1970s and had dropped for a period of decades, stabilizing somewhere around 2010. And now, particularly for the younger age classes up to, say, age 12, we're starting to see an increase again in size at age. So this has positive ramifications for the yield that may be available in the future. However, I would caution that these patterns in size at age appear to take years to decades to play out. And so this is unlikely to have a major change or a major effect on short-term yields to the stock. But it is nonetheless good news for the biology of Pacific halibut. Next slide, please. So to summarize the stock assessment modeling, we made some changes to the underlying models. We use a combination of 4 different stock assessment models. One of these added or improved the assumption of natural mortality by actually estimating that inside the model. This did result in estimates of larger long-term yields available to the stock. As we understand this stock to be slightly more productive than we have historically. Through the assessment, we have estimated that the spawning biomass is relatively stable. We've seen a small decline over the last few years, but it has been relatively stable since approximately 2010 to 12. We do understand that the short-term projections of surplus yield have remained at or around the level of yield that's been taken out of the stock in the last few years. This is somewhat improved from, say, 4 to 5 years ago, when we were right in the middle of that drop in recruitment, feeling the effects of that in the spawning biomass. So our estimates of the overall productivity of the stock haven't changed much in the last few years. Next slide, please. This figure, the blue banding, shows you the results of this year's assessment, including the range of uncertainty associated with that. You can see that the stock declined heavily from the early 2000s to around 2010 or 11, as we saw a declining size at age as well as reduced recruitment. We had phenomenal recruitment for halibut in the 1980s, and that decreased to the more recent period. We had a slight increase to 2016 to 17, and then we've had a slow decline in the estimated spawning biomass since then, but nothing dramatic. Next slide, please. I've mentioned several times this drop in recruitment that we observed from 2006 to 2011. That was 6 low years in a row, and this has had large implication for the yield available to the stock. You can see following that period, we now do have a better year class coming along at 10 years old, the 2012 year class. Due to the lags in our information from the survey and also from the fishery, we don't get a good read on these year classes until the fish are approximately 8 to 10 years old. So we have very little understanding of year classes subsequent to the 2012 year class. So in essence, at the moment, the stock is almost entirely resting on the strength of this 1 year class. And that's going to be particularly important in the near term, which is why there are some additional risks currently as we are really relying on just this single year class for the next few years. Next slide, please. To put that run of low recruitments into some historical context, here I've highlighted the same run of 6 recruitments. You can see that the higher recruitments through the 2000s and 1990s going backward, the very high recruitments, particularly 1987. And you can see from this figure that we've not had a run of 6 poor recruitments like this since sometime in the late 1960s or early 1970s. So we really are at a period of anomalously low short-term productivity for the Pacific halibut stock. And that's why we've seen continued yields at or around the 40 million pound range. Next slide, please. In terms of projections, we estimate that the 2022 commercial or total mortality corresponded to a fishing intensity of F51%, which is a relatively modest level of fishing intensity for a groundfish species. This is more akin to the Pacific Council's harvest strategy for things like rockfish at and around F50 or F55. So this is a relatively low level of fishing intensity reflecting the low productivity in recent years. We estimate that the stock is not near our conservation thresholds. It is at 42% of the relative spawning biomass it would have in the stock if we weren't fishing on it. The adopted mortality limit for 2023, we estimate to correspond to a reduction in fishing intensity. So we will be expected to be fishing at a level of F53% in 2023. Essentially, the stock is going to get a bit of a break in the upcoming year. We estimate this will be below the surplus production, meaning that there is a better than 50% chance that the stock may increase slightly as a function of this reduced catch rate, and only a 38% chance of further decrease in spawning biomass over the next year. So the mortality limits that were set for 2023 are likely to correspond to a flattening out of the stock and a reduction in the overall fishing intensity. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the additional risks that the stock faces right now are largely associated with this 2012 year class providing the backbone of yield and mature biomass over the next several years. These fish are not completely mature yet at 10 years old. They'll be maturing over the next 3 to 5 years, and we'll be relying heavily on this single year class. Finally, due to the poor recruitment and reduced productivity in recent years, in terms of actual number or biomass of fish in the water, we are at a long-term low, a 30-year low here. And this means that we are below the level of productivity we would expect to see in the long term. This means that we've had a less productive response to recent fishing, and levels of fishing intensity that we would normally assume would be quite tolerable for this stock have actually led to continued slow decline in the spawning biomass over the last several years. With that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Hudson-Zach.
Can we have it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Last slide. There's some additional resources here, more information from the annual meeting as well as on our stock assessment webpage, additional information both on the data and the stock assessment itself.
Next slide, please. I'll now summarize the other decisions besides the mortality limits that the Commission made at the last annual meeting. These decisions are related to fishing periods, accommodation of the 2A management transition, charter management measures in IPHC regulator areas 2C and 3A, recreational bag limit in IPHC regulator area 2B, onboard consumption in Alaska, and new qualifying logbook in IPHC regulator area 2A. Relevant for this council, in IPHC regulator area 2A, Pacific Coast groundfish non-trawl logbook provided by NOAA Fisheries is now an approved logbook for reporting Pacific halibut. All the regulations are available using the link here on the presentation, and I'll summarize some of the decisions with more details in next slides. When it comes to the fishing periods, the Commission adopted fishing periods for 2023 starting no earlier than March 10, and the fishery will have to cease on December 7th. With the transition of management authority of the IPHC Regulator Area 2A non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery from IPHC to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council and NOAA Fisheries per rule, and a reference here noted, the IPHC will no longer need to consider setting dates for the 2A non-tribal directed commercial fishery. The dates set by NOAA Fisheries must be set, however, within the overall commercial fishing period dates that are set by the IPHC, so the dates noted above. I will not go that much into detail, but can we go to the next slide, please? I have a couple of additional information about the accommodation of the transition of management in the IPHC Regulator Area 2A. The NIMS final rule implementing the 2A management transition was published on 5th of December 2022 and became effective on 4th of January 2023. With the IPHC proposal A3 that was adopted by the Commission, the IPHC is no longer responsible also for issuing licenses to fish for Pacific halibut in commercial and recreational charter fisheries in IPHC Regulator Area 2A, and for issuing annual management measures for the non-tribal directed commercial fishery in IPHC Regulator Area 2A. Starting in 2023, NOAA Fisheries will assume these responsibilities with the input from this council. Next slide, please. And looking ahead, I would like to note that IPHC will be hosting 100th session of the IPHC annual meeting next year. This will be in Anchorage, Alaska, from 22nd to 26th of January. We are also planning a set of additional celebratory events with the IPHC Centennial coming up. So something to look forward to. Thank you. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions from the council.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Dr. Hudnicek or Dr. Stewart? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you to both of you for the great presentation. I just have a question on slide 8, and I'm looking at the significance of the blue dots in year class 2012, and it seems like that represents the number of males, and it looks like not consistent with previous years. It looks like the number of males is lower than the number of females by a larger degree than what I see in 2005 or early 1987. So is there any significance to that, or what's the rationale for, what's the reason for that, or what's your takeaway? So it's just a question.
Through the chair, council member, thank you for the question. The Pacific halibut fishery generally is about 80% female, and that's largely due to the fact that female halibut grow faster and are available to the fishing gear and certainly to the minimum size limit at younger ages. So typically females are reaching the minimum size limit on average around 8 years old, with the males on average reaching that several years later. And so part of the reason you see slightly better or slightly higher rates of males in the early part of this figure, particularly on the left-hand side, is that the size at age was slightly higher. So the fish were actually growing a bit faster back in the 80s, and that was allowing those males to reach the minimum size limit at a younger age. This is something that we've studied extensively. We've looked, in fact, this year we looked again at the minimum size limit and the potential trade-off in yield and fishery value associated with removing that size limit, which would add some males back to the catch, but turns out to be provide a small amount of yield, but dependent on the price available for those smaller fish. It's unclear exactly how much fishery value would change.
Thank you. That helps me a lot. So appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Frank Lockhart.
Just a reminder, the 2012 year class is above average. Could you remind me how long it takes to know that you have an above average year class?
Thank you. Through the chair, it takes us about 8 or 10 years to get a good read. This figure is actually quite helpful. You see, the y-axis starts at age 5. We really don't see any of these fish until they're 5 years old, and we don't get a good look at them until they're 7 or 8 at a minimum. And then it really takes a couple of estimates from the survey and also the fishery before we start to get a more precise estimate. So it's approximately 8 to 10 years. This 2012 year class, we have a pretty good estimate on. I would not expect that estimate to change dramatically moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart and Dr. Hutnazak. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. In these slides, there wasn't any discussion on the planned fish survey for 2023 in Area 2A. Could you provide this group some information on what the plan is?
Through the chair, we have 2 levels of survey planning. We have the scientific design that we begin with, and then we refine that to meet our overall bias and uncertainty objectives, minimizing bias and uncertainty targets. The original plan for our IPHC regulatory area 2A was to include a pretty substantial sampling both through Washington and Oregon and even some stations in Northern California, recognizing that we were, I think, just outside our precision target, a slightly larger CV last year, given the sampling that we did, than we would target. However, the survey also has a secondary goal of maintaining long-term revenue neutrality. And due to the decreased catch rates we saw in 2022 and ongoing challenges with increasing expenses, we are going to end up with a much smaller survey footprint for 2023, which is going to include likely only a small subset of stations in Northern Washington. And we've also reduced substantially the stations in the Aleutian Islands and also the Bering Sea. So this is not an ideal situation. This is a function of, the reduced catch rates and the need to maintain long-term revenue neutrality. We will be proposing for 2024, again, increased station density in 2A and also in the northern and western areas. And we're optimistic that through hopefully some changes in the cost structure of the survey, as well as the potential for some improved catch rates, we may be able to implement a larger survey in 2024. But to reiterate, we're going to have a relatively truncated survey in 2023, particularly in 2A.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to report from Mr. Phil Anderson, the council's representative to the IPHC. So Phil, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. It's always a challenge to try to figure out, and knowing that the IPHC reps will be giving the report in advance to not duplicate too much of what they provided to council for relative to information. So as they indicated, the 2023 meeting was held in Victoria, British Columbia. Area 2A was fortunate to have a large representation from the Treaty Indian tribes, and including the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. We're also fortunate to have representation from our coastal states from the Pacific Council region, NOAA General Counsel, Office of Law Enforcement, and and NOAA Fisheries, Frank Lockhart. We're all there to help represent the council's interests. I also want to just call out that Mr. Tim Clausen from Eureka, California, attended the meeting in person. He was our sole representative relative to Area 2A on the conference board. The conference board is a board made up of various stakeholder groups from throughout the U.S. and Canada regions for halibut. And they play an important role in advising the commission on their decisions. So having Tim present to represent virtually all of us on the non-treaty side was very appreciated, much appreciated. We unfortunately didn't have anyone on the processor advisory board from Area 2A. Mike O has often been there for that. He wasn't able to attend this year. So, but I know, for example, Lynn Mattis sat in on the processor advisory board and ensured that, as well as some tribal reps, to make sure we had representation within that group's meetings. I also just wanted to let the council know that we were fortunate, largely, I think, through Frank's efforts and Bob Alverson's efforts, to have a call with the commissioners, John Curlin, Richard Yamada, and Bob Alverson prior to the commission meeting. And that was very informative for all of us to understand what the status of the negotiations were relative to the longer term allocation issue between the United States and Canada relative to Pacific halibut. So the efforts of Frank and Bob to make that happen were much appreciated. There's been a change kind of how how Area 2A interests are represented at the commission table during their meetings. We used to have representatives of the state and the tribes make individual presentations to the commission. The last, well, at least 2 years, that hasn't been the case. Where National Marine Fisheries Service has been providing that summary report. So that has increased the importance in my view, that the state reps, tribal reps are able to have some one-on-one with the commissioners outside the formal meeting process. Of course, one of the introductory marquee presentations comes from Dr. Ian Stewart, the stock assessment results. Dr. Stewart, I could listen to him all day. He just does a great job of presenting the information in an understandable way, and as you heard today, is just a great representative in terms of bringing the science to the managers so that we can understand what's happening and putting things in perspective. As he mentioned, and I have in the bottom of the first page of my report, these unprecedented low productivity indications. And so the degree of caution that the commission is exercising in setting the TCEYs is notable. And as Dr. Stewart pointed out, that Area 2A is kind of going in, I won't say in the opposite direction, but we're holding fairly stable in the indications of the health of the stock that at least is within our area. And I think that played a large role in terms of the commission's willingness to leave our catch level at 1.65. Sorry, my voice is leaving me. That may be good news for you. We did have a decrease in our bycatch mortality, which increased our FCEY from last year up to 1.52. And the significance of that is that allowed our incidental catch in the sablefish fishery to go back up to the 70,000 pounds that it had been previously. I think the Dr. Stewart covered the catch levels, so I won't go through those again. And the commission did acknowledge the work that we have done here in transitioning the management of our 2A directed fishery to National Marine Fisheries Service. Lastly is just the item that Lynn Mattis brought up in terms of the change in the survey, the reduction in the number of survey stations, and the geographic scope that they will cover in Area 2A as well as other areas as a result of smaller catches in last year's survey and lower prices. So the revenue that was derived from the fish that were sold associated with set line survey caused the commission to make the decision that they needed to reduce the overall cost of the survey in 2023 and make those changes in terms of the number of stations and the geographic scope. I think this is something we're going to have to watch very carefully. There's probably other examples, but Fraser sockeye and halibut are the two examples I know of where the assessment, the costs associated with assessment is directly tied to the number of fish that are taken in the survey and then sold. And that revenue is what funds future assessments. If the trend continues and we're in this situation where the stock assessments are restricted and reduced in terms of geographic scope and the number of survey stations, I think that's going to be a significant issue for the commission to consider, as well as the two parties that provide funding to the commission to do their work. So I think I'll stop there and happy to take any questions. Wanted to acknowledge all of the colleagues, my colleagues around the table for all their assistance and their help in developing this report.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions for Phil on that report? And I don't see any hands, so Phil, you can rest your voice for a few minutes there. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the management and advisory body reports. We'll kick it off with a CDFW report, and I will turn to Marcy Yaremko. Marcy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. After the IPHC annual meeting concludes each year, each of the three states interact with their stakeholders in a little bit of a different way in terms of soliciting input on recreational fishery season dates. We all have different meeting schedules and different ways of reaching out to our stakeholders. But in California, what we do once we know the outcome of the annual meeting and the resulting California quota is that we conduct an online survey to solicit input on recreational fishing season dates for the California recreational fishery. We started this process, I guess 6 or 7 years ago, because we found it to be the most efficient way to get input and develop a department recommendation that we would then submit to National Marine Fisheries Service for inclusion in the final rule that they would publish later in May. So we had our survey available. We announced the availability of this survey in a press release, and we received 207 responses. The results of the survey indicated, again, a preference for a California recreational season structure that runs continuously from May 1 through November 15th, or until the quota is reached, whichever is earlier. And we do usually reach that quota before that end date of November 15th. So we will again be transmitting this recommendation to the National Marine Fisheries Service in response to the proposed rule for the 2023 catch sharing plan. Another element of the survey that we also offer is the opportunity for folks to comment on the recreational fishery in California, as well as comment on the CSP and provide CDFW with any other thoughts about the Pacific halibut fishery or resource. This helps us and our advisors in discussions throughout the year surrounding catch sharing plan or other discussions pertaining to halibut. So the comments received by the public, nearly half of them related to promoting quota equity between the states and or supporting an increase to the California quota. So you can see there in table 1, these are comments just provided in response to the opportunity to offer kind of open comment to us about the Pacific halibut fishery and resource. And just wanted to summarize for the council's information, the general topic areas that we received input on. So anyway, that's it. I will take any questions on our report.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for Marcy? Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Marcy, could you maybe expand a little bit more on what the difference between promoting quota equity and increasing California quota is?
Sure, thank you. Comments were, we generally categorize them into these major headers, but those that are promoting quota equity might have been recommending a shift of quota from one state to California or other sectors, versus just a kind of blanket statement of increase the California quota and not commenting on where that might come from.
Thank you. Further questions for Marcy? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Marcy, for the report. I appreciate it and do understand that we have different processes for setting our season dates. In the report, it says your season, the recommendation is May to November. Is that open just 7 days a week or certain days per week, or is that yet to be decided? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the same recommendation that we've had, I think, for the past maybe 5 or 6 years, and that is for the fishery to run continuously 7 days a week, opening May 1st and running until the quota is attained. In past prior seasons, I want to say 2015, 16, we actually used a series of block closures over several weeks in order to spread the catch longer through the season. But after a couple of years of that, the stakeholder recommendations more generally aligned with the recommendation of the continuous season and not trying to impose those large breaks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so that wraps up the CDFW report. Next, we'll move to the GAP report, and we have Bob Elverson here to give that. Welcome, Bob.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. This is GAP statement on agenda item C1C, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on the annual Report of the International Pacific Halibut Commission. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the reports under this agenda item and offers the following recommendation. The 2A participants that attended the 2022 Annual International Pacific Halibut Commission meeting expressed support for a 2A survey that adequately covered the geography of 2A. The 2022 approved survey only covers part of the north part of 2A off Washington State. It has been several years since areas off California have been surveyed. The GAP requests the council to express support to the IPHC for a more robust 2023 survey in the area of 2A. That concluded our comments under this agenda item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions for Bob on the GAP report? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Bob. Your last sentence, requesting the council express support to the IPHC. Did you have any further thinking about how that might be done? Are you suggesting that the council transmit a letter? Are you suggesting the IPHC representative bring this recommendation on behalf of the council? Maybe you can elaborate. Thanks.
Through the chair, Marcy, I think the GAP would like to see a letter. The timing of that letter, sometimes after the September council meeting, the council sends recommendations to IPHC, perhaps something like that.
Thank you.
Right, further questions on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Bob. It says for the 2023 survey, was that meant to be 2024? It seems like things are set for 2023 for this year. Was that meant to be in support for next year?
Through the chair, that's an excellent catch. 2024, correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, thank you. And looking around, I don't see any other hands, so thank you very much, Bob. And I believe that completes all our reports. So that will take us into public comment. We have 2 signed up. We'll pause for just a minute while we get our screen of signups up here. Okay, we will start with Joel Kawahara, followed by Larry Phillips. So Joel, welcome to the table.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, for the time to speak, and good morning to the members of the council. For the record, my name is Joel Kawahara. I'm a commercial salmon trawler from Quilcene, Washington. I would like to echo the responses from the CDF and W supplemental report number 1. I too would like more halibut quota transferred from other sectors to my sector. And I look forward to the biomass of halibut increasing across the Pacific Ocean so we can increase quotas. That concludes my comment. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joel. Questions for Joel? I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. And Larry Phillips.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, members of the council. For the record, my name is Larry Phillips. I represent the American Sport Fishing Association. I'm the Pacific Fisheries Policy Director. I'll just be short, but I appreciate the hard work that IPHC has done to responsibly manage these halibut stocks across the range. Obviously, we're all very concerned about the decrease in the coastwide survey, but find some comfort in the 2A portion of the survey. This fishery has been historically extremely difficult to manage in the Northwest, all the way to California from the recreational standpoint. Uncertainty associated with the allocation obviously has been a big challenge. This has resulted in variable opportunities, emergency closures, challenging providing support for the recreational industry in terms of tackle, bait, hotels, restaurants. but ASA really appreciates the success the 2A delegation had regarding the 2023 allocation. The 1.65 million pounds will certainly help address some of the management challenges of the past. And really, we want to appreciate all of the work that everyone's done to get us where we are today. Obviously, we would have hoped for a more than a 1-year agreement, but everyone from the Northwest the treaty tribes and the delegations that were there, and I just want to appreciate it and look forward to a successful year and hopefully more successful years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any questions for Larry? And I'm not seeing any hands here, so thank you very much again, Larry. That concludes our public comment and our reports, which takes us to council discussion and action. Our action here is simply to provide guidance as appropriate, and we did have a recommendation from the GAP for a letter, so I'll open up the floor here and look for any hands to start this discussion. Frank Lockhart.
Just a comment, kind of maybe the opposite side of the coin of what Phil was talking about. The John Curlin, who is the new commissioner, just expressed to me that in his, steep learning curve that he had, he really appreciated all of the effort that Area 2A folks made to meet with him beforehand and at the annual meeting, and that especially includes the tribes, but just basically all of Area 2A. He, in his mind, he asked a lot of you, and you guys responded very well. So I just wanted to pass that on. He really appreciates your help getting him prepared for the annual meeting. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Further discussion. I'm not seeing any hands here. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to comment on Mr. Alverson's recommendation regarding a letter, and that we might consider incorporating a recommendation on survey area coverage for 2024 in a letter that the council transmits to IPHC with its other recommendations later this fall. So I thought his idea was a good one. Just wanted to issue support for that.
All right, thank you, Marcy. I'm sure the executive director has that on the radar screen, since the suggestion was sometime after the September meeting. So we don't lose sight of it, but we know that ask is out there. Further discussion? And I'm not seeing any hands. So Robin, I'm going to turn to you and ask if we've completed our work on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For agenda item C1, I think you've walked through all the information. We have a suggestion that the council transmit a letter. We'll hear from the executive director on that. I will say that in March and April, under agenda item C2, we do transmit letters to NIMS on some of the recommendations that will come out of what the limits might be. So it could be a potential that we could also transmit one to IPHC during that same time frame if the council finds that appropriate. With all that said, I think you've covered your work under this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up C1, and I would ask Robin not to turn her mic off because it takes us into C2. So please go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item C2. We'll talk about the incidental catch recommendations. We have options for the salmon troll fishery and the final recommendations for the fixed gear sablefish fisheries. We look at these Pacific halibut incidental take in both the salmon troll fishery and the primary fixed gear fishery for the sablefish north of Point Chehalis. They require the council to adopt halibut landing restrictions to make sure that we remain within the quotas that are provided to those fisheries for incidental harvest. Also in this situation summary, we've provided some information for the NEMS websites where the application for permits can be acquired, and also included a link to the media release provided from IPHC on that announced that new application process. So that is there for the record. For the salmon troll fishery, as far as the catch sharing plan, that allocates 15% of the non-tribal commercial halibut allocation, excuse me, to the salmon troll fishery for incidental catch. That fishery or the allocation is primarily outlined in the catch sharing plan, but the objective is to harvest that quota within the April through June timeframe of the salmon troll fishery, and then extend that fishery into July if there is a balance of incidental harvest of halibut remaining. We've used landing ratios and trip limits over the past years, and we've provided a summary of what those look like and the allocations that were available and the harvest that resulted. That is in attachment 1 under this agenda item. For the incidental halibut take in the salmon troll fishery, the rules that were adopted in 2022 prior to any in-season action will be in place when that fishery opens in April 2023. That regulation was 1 halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 halibut may be possessed or landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut may be landed per trip. So under this agenda item, the council should confirm or recommend in-season changes to these retention limits, which will remain in place until they're superseded by the salmon management measures that are expected to be adopted and in place by May 16, 2023. Also under this agenda item, the council should adopt for public review a range of halibut landing restrictions in the commercial salmon troll fishery that will begin on that May 16 date in 2023, and then continue or restart, I guess, in April 1 to May 15 of 2024. And those restrictions should comport with the salmon management alternatives during the same timeframes. And this council is scheduled to take final action on those limits at the April council meeting. So moving on to the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, the area to a halibut quota is large enough this year to provide incidental halibut harvest to the sablefish fishery. That limit is 70,000 pounds this year, which is a bit of an increase from last year's 50,000 pounds. I do need to make a correction here under this section in that the closing date for the primary sablefish fishery is December 31 and not October 31. And again, a recap of the ratios and available halibut for incidental harvest are outlined in attachment 1. The landing limits that are in place right now, in the sense of when the fishery last closed in 2022, that landing ratio was 150 pounds stressed weight of halibut for every 1,000 pounds stressed weight of sablefish landed, and then up to 2 additional halibut in excess of the ratio requirement. So under this agenda item, the council should confirm or make a recommendation to modify that incidental landing limit for the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis from April 1, and I'll correct that to say to December 31, 2023. So again, your council action under this agenda item is to recommend any in-season changes to the halibut landing restrictions in the salmon troll fishery from April 1 to May 15 to 2023 as necessary, and then adopt for public review a range of options for those halibut landing restrictions in the salmon troll fishery for the upcoming season, May 16, 2023, and then again in April 1 to May 15, 2024 of next year. And finally, to adopt the final halibut landing restrictions for the fixed scale sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis for the 2023 season that begins April 1. Your reference materials under this agenda item, as I mentioned, you do have the attachment 1, which spells out everything for the salmon troll fishery and the sablefish fishery.
You also have advisory body reports from the GMT, the GAP, and the SAS. And I believe that concludes my summary. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Questions for Robin on the overview? And I'm not seeing any, so we'll move right into the, oh, I'm sorry, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. Robin, just a point of clarification. While the Sablefish fishery goes through December 31st, the halibut retention piece ends earlier, doesn't it? Doesn't it end on December 7th? Just want to make sure that's clear for everybody else as well.
Yes, thank you. Good point. And yes, you're correct. IPHC ends their halibut season on December 7.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, thank you. I'll look more carefully now, and I see no further questions on the overview, so we'll move into the management advisory body reports. We will start with the SAS, the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report, and Ryan Johnson will be presenting that. Good morning, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. My name is Ryan Johnson. I'll read the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on incidental catch recommendations for the salmon troll fishery. Salmon Advisory Subpanel recommends the following options for public review. All alternatives are for the time period of May 16, 2023 through the end of the 2023 salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1, 2024 until modified through in-season action or superseded by 2024 management measures. Alternative 1 is license holders may land no more than 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook, except that 1 Pacific halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement and no more than 35 halibut landed per trip. Alternative 2 is structured similarly. It is 1 + 1 per 2, 30 halibut per trip. And alternative 3 is 1 + 1 per 2, 25 halibut per trip. Incidental Pacific halibut catch regulations in the commercial salmon troll fishery may be modified through in-season action. The SAS recommends that the current halibut catch regulations remain for the period of April 1 through May 15, 2023. The current limit is no more than 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook. 1 halibut may be landed or possessed without meeting the ratio requirement and no more than 35 halibut per trip. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm pretty sure the SAS discussed agenda item C2 attachment 1, which is the table that provides the information on performance of the incidental halibut catch in the salmon troll fishery since 2001. And I was wondering if you might maybe describe for us, I'm looking at the table here, I'm looking down at the most recent years, 2020, 2021, 2022, that the incidental halibut catch has not approached the allocation in this sector. So I was just wondering maybe if you can explain for us what the reasons were for maybe not attaining the limit, and if you can characterize how this range of alternatives might be expected to ensure that this sector attains its allocation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the question. The data set here in recent years is largely skewed due to the pandemic and closure of local ports through Washington, especially off the North Coast. We've also had severe salmon seasons that have been restricted. And if we don't have the proper abundance of salmon, we've just been limited due to the Chinook and coho conservation concerns through the 2A area. I would say if we look a little bit further back in the past, pre-COVID, the fishery has had good performance or has performed within its management guidelines and attained nearly its full quota.
Thank you. Marcy, a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So just looking at the range of alternatives that you've offered, is it your expectation then that in 2023 that these alternatives will indeed allow attainment of the allocation of the sector?
Thanks again. It would be our expectation and hope that depending on the spatial and temporal overlap of the season structure and salmon with halibut, we hope that these regs will do that. And they're largely the same as pre-COVID years when we were performing well.
Thanks.
Right, thank you. Further questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, Mr. Johnson, thank you. Good report from the SAS. I was also kind of wondering a little bit, maybe you could elaborate a little bit more that it seems like I heard you say that maybe 14, 15, 16, 17, or 16, 17, 18 were probably a fair data set to look at due to the pandemic. But I'm also wondering specifically last year, and it might be lining up this year, the particular stock of fish that was off the Washington coast in great abundance, a lot more great than was predicted, also kind of seemed to take you away from the spots where you traditionally troll, where you might encounter more halibut than other places. Is that a fair statement, or could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Yeah, thanks. I'd say that's fair and accurate. It's the effort's going to go where the salmon are, and if they're going to follow the bait around, and if they're not in the right places, then yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Further questions? I don't see any hands, so thank you, Ryan. We'll next go to the GMT report, and Whitney Roberts will be presenting that. Good morning, Whitney.
I think it's already turned on. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. It's almost good afternoon. My name is Whitney Roberts for the record, and I will be reading agenda item C2A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Incidental Catch Recommendations. Maybe I'll stop there and spare you the rest of the title. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the briefing book materials on incidental Pacific halibut catch and provides a recommendation and comments on the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington. The GMT notes that the incidental Pacific halibut allocation to the primary sablefish fishery will increase from 50,000 pounds in 2022 to 70,000 pounds in 2023 due to respective increases in the fishery catch exploitable yield from 1.49 million pounds to 1.52 million pounds. The current incidental Pacific halibut landing limit in the primary sablefish fishery is 150 pounds of Pacific halibut dressed weight per 1,000 pounds of sablefish dressed weight, plus an additional 2 Pacific halibut outside of the landing ratio. The landing ratio was a minimum of 200 pounds in 2019, 2020, and 2021, the most recent 3 years in which the allocation was 70,000 pounds. While this may suggest increasing the 2023 landing ratio to a minimum of 200 pounds, the GMT recommends continuing to use a landing limit of 150 pounds of Pacific halibut dressed weight per 1,000 pounds of sablefish dressed weight, plus 2 additional Pacific halibut. Continuing the limit of 150 pounds maintains the reduced incentive for vessels to seek out grounds that are productive for both sablefish and Pacific halibut. Effort in the primary sablefish fishery has been recovering to pre-COVID levels, and 2023 effort may be more similar to 2019 when the 70,000 pound allocation was exceeded than to 2020 or 2021. In addition, higher sablefish allocations and an extended season through December 31 will increase the opportunity to catch incidental halibut and could create a risk of exceeding the 70,000 pound allocation under a landing ratio higher than 150 pounds. The GMT notes that the final date in 2023 for retention of incidental halibut in all commercial fisheries, as specified by the International Pacific Halibut Commission, is December 7. Yet this is still well after the October 31 season end date in 2022 and prior years. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife will continue to monitor incidental landings of Pacific halibut by the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, and provide weekly landings updates to IPHC and National Marine Fisheries Service throughout the season. And with that concludes my statement.
Thank you. Any questions for Whitney on the GMT report? I don't see any hands. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we'll move to the GAP report. And we have Bob Alverson for that report. So, Mr. Chairman, this is agenda item C2A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Panel Report on Halibut Incidental Catch Recommendation Options for Salmon Troll, and Final Action on Recommendations for Fixed Gear Sablefish Fisheries. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the reports under this agenda item and offers the following recommendations. Incidental catch of salmon troll fisheries. As in the past, the GAP defers to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel regarding recommendations for halibut retention in the salmon troll fisheries for 2024. Incidental catch in fixed gear sablefish fisheries. Regarding the tiered fish, sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis off of Washington, the GAP recommends a halibut bycatch ratio of 150 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of dress sablefish, up to 2 additional halibut in excess of the ratio requirement. This is the same ratio and provisions from 2022. This can be found at agenda item C2, attachment 1. Since the sablefish harvest limits will be increased about 28% in 2023, and the halibut bycatch allotment will be increased from 50,000 pounds to 70,000 pounds, GAP members believe keeping the ratio at 150 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of dressed sablefish should be adequate. Should this ratio be light, the council has an opportunity at their September 2023 meeting to adjust this ratio. That concludes our comments on this agenda item. Thank you, Bob. Any questions on the GAP report? And there are no hands, so again, thank you. That concludes our reports and takes us to public comment. And we have one signed up here, Joel Kawahara. Welcome back to the table, Joel.
Good morning again, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, Joel Kawahara, salmon troller from Quilcene, Washington. Regarding agenda item C2A, I recommend that the April 1 to May 15, 2023 bycatch limits for the incidental troll halibut remain as they were at the end of 2022. And number 2, I support the alternatives as presented by the SAS. That concludes, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Joel. Any questions for Joel? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Joel, I'm not sure if you heard the question that I posed to the SAS in their report, but I'm just wondering if you might offer your perspective as an individual as to why the incidental salmon troll sector has not achieved its allocation in recent years, and just you're reaffirming your expectation that the alternatives presented will allow a reasonable range for us to identify a final preferred alternative next meeting that hopefully will allow achievement of the allocation in this sector of the fishery.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Yaremko, I'll answer the second question first. I believe that the range of alternatives covers will cover the possibilities that we can achieve the halibut allocation, incidental catch allocation for 2023. We are looking hopefully at a slightly elevated Chinook quota in the troll fishery north of Cape Falcon, where, well, that's, as you know, where salmon's going to happen this year, period. So I expect that one of the alternatives will be adequate with that Chinook to achieve the quota. And secondly, if I have the time, I can tell you about 2020 when the Port of Neah Bay was not open for non-treaty vessels, period. No non-treaty vessels were allowed to moor at the Port of Neah Bay, at the Neah Bay Marina. This required that people like myself that fish in Area 3 and 4, the far northern quarter of the state of Washington, had to run an additional 8 hours each way to Port Angeles to unload our boats and to buy ice and so forth. Dodging weather and spending extra time running made it pretty difficult to optimize that salmon season or find to be out there when there might be a few halibut that want to come up and bite. We were run ragged, I have to say. So in 2020, I know my effort was pretty scattered, I guess. I know that everybody else that fished north of Area 2 experienced that. 2021, we opened up again, but there was, I think, somewhat less effort on the North Coast. And then 2022, the most recently concluded season, as the response to Mr. Smith went, the majority of the Chinook in north of Falcon were harvested in areas where traditionally halibut are not abundant. And that is just the luck of the draw, particularly when it's an incidental fishery. The guys aren't supposed to go and find halibut. It's not a directed fishery. If it were a directed fishery, I think the results would be significantly different. We have to go where there's salmon. That's our pretty much the ground rules for the fishery. If you find a halibut and if you have the permit, you may keep it. If you're getting your salmon and you're not fishing where there are halibut, you're not going to get them. The bycatch limits or the trip limits and the ratios are designed to accommodate those occasions where there may be a higher incidence of halibut. But it's not going to happen every year because salmon are going to go where the salmon go, and halibut don't always follow that. They're using different parts of the ocean sometimes. So that is kind of the quandary for an incidental fishery. If you find them, great, you get to keep a few. If you don't find them, you're not going to land them. That causes the harvest of that portion of our fishery to vary quite significantly. We've had luck in the past because the salmon and the halibut showed up in the same place and people were able to catch a few halibut. And that's not always true. Last year was a great example of catching all your salmon where there weren't any halibut.
Thank you, Joel. Marcy, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Joel. That's very helpful perspective. I appreciate the detail.
right, further questions for Joel? And no hands, so thanks again, Joel. That completes all our reports and public comment and will take us to council discussion and action. As a reminder, the 3 decision points or action items are up there. 2 different time periods for the salmon troll fishery and then for the fixed gear sablefish fishery. So I will look for a hand to start the discussion on this agenda item. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do have a motion for the incidental retention in the salmon troll fishery.
All right, I'll just pause for a few seconds and make sure I didn't miss any hands if there's any discussion, but I still don't see any, so please go ahead.
Thank you. And Sandra does have the motion too, so I'll wait for her to put it on. There it is. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt for public review the alternatives presented in agenda item C2A, supplemental SAS report 1, March 2023 for halibut landing restrictions in the salmon troll fishery in 2023, beginning May 16th, and for April 1 through May 15th, 2024, and recommend no change to the current incidental Pacific halibut retention limits for April 1 through May 15th, 2023. Thanks. Those are my notes. Thank you, Sandra. You were reading my mind.
All right, thank you then. So the language on the screen is as you intended.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Butch Smith. Please go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. The motion just confirms that no changes are needed for the retention limits that are in place now through May 15th of this year, and then provides the range of alternatives as recommended by the SAS for public review that'll be appropriate based on the salmon discussions that are underway now.
All right, thank you. Any discussion or first questions for the maker of the motion? I don't see any questions. Discussion on the motion? Heather, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to add, I think the input from Joel and Ryan was really helpful, and just want to express the challenges we've had for our fisheries due to the pandemic. And the closure of the ports on our north coast in Nia Bay and La Push. I mean, we really understand protecting vulnerable communities and all of that. And so even in our recreational fisheries, where we're looking to see both that access now resume and fisheries get underway more like we have seen before the pandemic. And so I'm hopeful that things will look a little bit more normal for the salmon troll fishery looking ahead. And so just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Further discussion? And I'm not seeing hands go up, so I will call for the question then. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather, for that motion. One, that's completed 2 parts of our action item. Oh, excuse me, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I've got a question that's going to be for NIMS. It's related to what we just did, but it's not an action under this agenda item. So I don't know when else to ask it other than under this halibut agenda item. It's relating to permitting.
Well, let's put it out there and see if this is the appropriate time. Go ahead.
Thank you for the leeway, and apologies if I've misstepped in my first morning here on the floor. Something that came up in our delegation, the Oregon delegation meeting this morning, was the timing of permits and the salmon process. While Mr. Kawahara indicated salmon fishing may be okay or good north of Cape Falcon, I think we're going to hear later this week that it might not be that such over the entire coast. And the salmon troll permits with halibut were due March 1st. The directed fishery permits were due March 5th or February 15th. For areas that may not have such a good salmon season, is there any recourse for those people to request to transfer their troll permit to be a directed permit, given that there may not be an adequate salmon season? Is there any flexibility in that is some of the questionings that has come up. And you may not have an answer for that right now. I just wanted to float it out there since I didn't know when else we could talk about this today at this meeting.
Frank?
Well, the short answer is no. The permit deadlines are out there. But as always, I guess we can look into it, but I'm not very optimistic that there will be an opportunity to change that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. That's what I was expecting, but I wanted to ask the question so that I could go back to our fishermen and let them know. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the leeway.
Okay. Thank you. Again, further discussion, or we still have to look at the fixed gear sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Support the motion, support the discussion we've had around the table, and I guess would just flag that I appreciate the responses we've received from industry and the statements from Heather about the performance of the Washington fisheries, the incidental halibut retention fishery. I guess I would just note that looking forward to our catch sharing plan development and discussions leading up to the next IPHC meeting, that I believe we all share the belief that we should be attaining our 2A allocation in total and in full. And I would trust that we're all looking to establish measures that allow the respective sectors to do that. I'm maybe not as optimistic as some around the room that we'll be successful in attaining the incidental retention limits for halibut in the salmon, the Chinook salmon troll fishery. It just following on the remarks that Lynn had, or the line of questioning that Lynn had, I think there will be fewer performers or fishers in this sector this year in light of the Chinook abundance. So would just flag that we may be leaving some fish on the table here, but I'm encouraged by the testimony that we heard today, and that maybe the fishing behavior will be different in the northern areas this season. So we'll look forward to seeing the results. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. When I think about the incidental catch of halibut and the salmon troll fishery off of Washington, think about the history of it. Our what I'll call our more northern area, the areas where we call the prairie, where typically a large proportion of our Chinook salmon taken in the May-June timeframe is taken from that area. And that area has a much higher density of halibut than the area to the south, particularly off of Westport, where the halibut are abundant in certain areas, but they're relatively small areas, and they're farther in there, and they're generally in deeper water than where the salmon troll fishery takes place. So the distribution of Chinook salmon and where the fishery takes place plays a big role in the incidental take of halibut in our salmon troll fishery. And for a long time, we could pretty much count on a significant portion, the majority of the May, June catch being taken up in that more northern area. The closure of Nia Bay and La Push that went during the pandemic timeframe, as Joel indicated, played a big role in where our fishery took place. It played a role in markets. It played a role in price. And so it really disrupted, from my perspective, what had been kind of a longstanding behavior of that fishery and where it took place. And whether it returns to more normalcy, whatever the new normalcy is, but if it returns to kind of where it had been in the previous couple of decades, then I would anticipate that the halibut bycatch retention in the salmon troll fishery is going to return to more normal. If it doesn't, or it takes a while for that for it to return to normal, then I'm less optimistic that it will take its full allocation. But I think we have, and then we don't really know this year. We have this added disaster in a salmon fishery south of Falcon, which will undoubtedly influence or have an impact on the number of halibut taken as an incidental catch. So all of those things, were just in a really dynamic time. And I think the options that we have in front of us in terms of the landing limits are going to provide an opportunity for them to take their full allocation. But there are some other factors going into this fishery that make it harder to predict exactly how it's going to turn out. But so I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Further discussion. Thank you, Phil. And just a reminder, we've got one other action item here, the landing restrictions in the fixed gear sablefish fishery. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I also have a motion for the primary sablefish fishery.
Thank you. Let's hear that.
I move the council adopt a final trip limit ratio of 150 pounds of Pacific halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 additional Pacific halibut for the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, as recommended in Supplemental Gap Report 1, March 2023.
Thank you. What's on the screen is what you intend.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Corey Ridings seconded it. Thank you. So go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. This motion is basically just affirming status quo and management measures for 2023. I think the GAP did a really thorough job of thinking through that increase in the allocation for the sablefish fishery and whether or not a change was needed, but also noting that the season would be a little bit longer. And I think also commenting that the fishery would maybe be more in line with pre-pandemic years. The GMT also supported that analysis by the GAP and offered good input to support this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the maker of the motion? I see no questions, so discussion on the motion. And not seeing any hands for discussion, so I will go ahead and call for the question then. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Robin, I will turn to you and also keep my eyes open for hands in case there is further discussion on the agenda item, but I'm not seeing any. So have we completed our work here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you've completed your work. You've taken action to adopt for public review the 3 halibut landing restriction options in the salmon troll fishery. You're recommending no in-season changes on those limits that are going to occur between April 1 and May 15 of this year. That's all consistent with the SAS report. And then also you've adopted the final landing restrictions for the fixed scale sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis that starts on April 1 of 2023, which is consistent where that fishery closed with last year, which is 2 halibut plus 150 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish, which is consistent with the gap in the GMT report. So thank you for that. You've finished your work under this agenda item.
All right, thank you. So that will conclude this agenda item, and I'm going to pass the gavel back to our chair.
Why, thank you, Vice Chair Hessemer. I think we've come to our lunch break. When we come back, we will take up our first salmon agenda item of this salmon heavy meeting. But right now it's 12:20. Is 1:15 acceptable for everyone? All right, so we'll be back here at 1:15. Oh, pardon me. Okay, thought I heard something. All right, so 1:15, we'll be back for salmon.
There was a noise, but I don't know what that was.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, if we could make our way back to our designated chairs, we can get started. All right. My only action here is to hand the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger so we can get us going on salmon.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and welcome back after lunch, folks. And with that, I think I'll turn to Robin to start us off with the NIPS report. Robin.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D1, the first salmon agenda item for this March meeting. We're going to start off with the report from the National Marine Fisheries Service, and we have Susan Bishop here to provide us some information on the upcoming management entity, or excuse me, the regulatory activities. And she will also just let us know where we are with any Fishery Science Center activities, if there's any to report on. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I guess any questions for Robin? All right. With that, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There will not be a Science Center report today. I believe that they are planning on submitting one for the April meeting, but there will not be a Science Center activity report today for salmon. So I'll go ahead and move forward with the regulatory activities. I have four updates to four issues to update the council on in the NIMS report. The first one is the amendment language in the FMP relative to Amendment 21. So as many of you recall, in November, the council adopted a new value for the Chinook salmon abundance threshold, below which the management measures described in Amendment 21 are implemented to increase Chinook prey availability to southern resident killer whales. In November, that was the first time that we had adopted sort of the provisions of Amendment 21 that would allow an adjustment to the threshold. In doing that, as we worked through the process, it revealed sort of a lack of clarity in the FMP language and expectations regarding the level of review required by the STT and the SSC. Anticipating future reviews that we discussed during that meeting, the council directed council staff to work with NIMS to improve the FMP language to address those issues. So I wanted to report back to the council that we are working with council staff to review section 6.6.8 of the FMP Amendment 21 to improve clarity and to identify any additional housekeeping revisions to the FMP as provided in the council guidance to staff. We will be prepared to report back to the council at its April 23rd, 2023 meeting on the subsequent progress. Any questions on that issue?
Questions for Susan? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Secondly, as if you all recall, last year, the council fisheries exceeded their take limit for California coastal Chinook. And so we reinitiated consultation on the effects of ocean fisheries on that ESU. In our 2022 guidance letter and subsequent reports to the council, we provided an overview of the performance of the impacts on that ESU in ocean salmon fisheries relative to the take limit. We've done the same in our guidance letter this year. I wanted to report back to the council. The report is a little bit out of date. It indicates that we anticipate to complete the consultation before April, but we in fact completed that in February. Unfortunately, as the information that you'll hear presented a post-ocean review just after I finish with here, you'll hear that the take limit was once again exceeded for this ESU in the council fisheries. And so we will be reinitiating consultation again on that ESU. We have been engaged in discussions with CDFW and the stakeholder industry in terms of what else might be done. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when I present my guidance letter tomorrow. The third issue is just an update on concerns regarding Central Valley Spring Chinook. So as the council membership recalls, beginning last March, I believe it was, we had expressed concerns about the status and strength of the 2020 brood year returning. It had experienced exceptionally sort of hostile conditions in freshwater, and the survival rate was very low. So we brought to the council's attention that we anticipated a very, very low return of that brood year, and at that time indicated that we may be looking for additional actions for the council to take to protect that ESU. There's a lot of information sort of presented here, but cutting to the chase, we are not looking to put into place any additional protections. We believe the majority of the brood year 2020 Central Valley Spring Chinook will have returned to the river by the spring of 2023 before much of the 2023 fishery takes place, particularly given what we are likely looking at as constraints in their primary ocean area. Although they may be vulnerable to the fishery somewhat longer than the proxy stocks. The information suggests that shaping of early season fisheries could therefore increase protections to the Central Valley Spring Chinook. So we're just encouraging folks, even though the seasons are very limited, as they develop their seasons, to just keep an eye on those early aspects of the salmon season that could provide some additional protections. But we aren't asking or requiring anything additional for this year.
Questions for Susan? Well, okay, you're doing great.
And then finally, the fourth issue I just wanted to update you on is the status of several petitions that we've received for either changing in listing status or actual listing of various ESUs under the endangered species list since the Endangered Species Act. So Upper Klamath Trinity River Chinook ESU, as many of you know, our evaluation of that petition has been ongoing for some time. We are continuing to evaluate the petition, and we don't have a determination at this point on that ESU. Last August, we received two petitions, one with regard to the Oregon coastal, Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook ESU, and one with regard to the Olympic Peninsula distinct population segment of steelhead. We issued 90-day findings for both of those that indicated that the information presented warranted a further look. And so we will be establishing biological review teams and beginning to conduct the status review. If everything sort of goes according to plan, we anticipate making a 12-month finding next fall. But as we touched on with this first Upper Klamath, there's always the potential that additional information or questions, et cetera, will come up, and that there could be delays in that time frame. And that concludes my NIMS report.
Thank you, Susan. Questions for Susan on the NIMS report? Okay. Thank you, Susan. I don't see any advisory bodies. And I believe there's no public comment. So just make sure I weigh in. I'm getting the no-go. So, all right, Robin, how I think we'll catch us up where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This was a fairly simple, maybe the simplest salmon agenda item for this week, but thank you, Susan, for, I guess, making it painless. But I think the council, yes, has concluded their work under this agenda item D1. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robin. Okay, that takes us to D2, review of 2022 fisheries and summary of 2023 stock forecast. So,
all right. Well, thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, this is agenda item D2. We're going to look at the review of 2022 fisheries and also a summary of the 2023 salmon forecasts coming up. So we do this each year. The council reviews the stock assessment and fishery evaluation document. We call that the review document. And we also look at the stock abundance projections, essentially the forecasts. We find all of those in the preseason report 1. Both of those documents are available electronically in the briefing book for you. Stock status for the Non-Endangered Species Act listed and hatchery stocks are evaluated in that review document relative to the status determination criteria for overfishing, overfished, not overfished, rebuilding, and rebuilt. These stocks are initially evaluated relative to that stock determination criteria in pre-1 for being at risk of approaching an overfish condition. And that's based on the current forecast in the last year's preseason fishery structure. So that evaluation is updated once we've set the season and can evaluate that with this year's 2023 seasons, and it's reported in preseason report 3. So 3 stocks are required to have annual catch limits or ACLs specified. That's the Sacramento River Fall Chinook. That's an indicator for the Central Valley Fall Chinook Complex. The Klamath River Fall Chinook, which are an indicator stock for the Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook Complex, and the Willapa Bay Natural Coho. These annual catch limits are equivalent to acceptable biological catch or ABC, and are specified based on formulas described in the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan. And we have excerpts of that under attachment 1 for you. And we also have information on that in the abundance forecasts are in preseason report 1. Preseason report 1 also contains an analysis of the 2022 regulations on the projected 2023 forecasts for coho and some Chinook stocks. The analysis is intended to provide perspective on how fisheries might need to be modified in 2023, given the new year of forecasts. And the salmon technical team will review the results of the review document for 2022, the stock abundance projections for the ACLs for 2023, and make stock status determinations. The Scientific and Statistical Committee will review the forecasts for stocks that are required to have the ACL specified and determine if the forecasts represent the best scientific information available for use in modeling 2023 ocean salmon fisheries, specifying ABCs and setting ACLs. Your action under this agenda item is to adopt the 2023 stock abundance forecasts, ABCs, and ACLs, and then take any action relative to stock status determinations as necessary. And I do want to point out some information that we've provided in at least attachment 1, which are excerpts from the fishery management plan. I think as you hear the STT report, you'll might want to refer to this document. So I just want to point out on attachment 1, on page 1, we describe the status determination criteria. That just kind of outlines, the overfishing, overfished, what the criteria is, but it also outlines what the council action should be given those stock status determinations. And just moving through this attachment, I think it's 9 pages long, but I'll just note that on page 8, we have information for the ACLs from the fishery management plan. What you don't have in front of you that I probably should have included is section 3.35, which outlines the accountability measures. And that's on page 30 of the Salmon FMP, if you did want to bring it up on your computer screen from our website. Accountability measures may be also something that you'll be hearing from the STT. So I did want to point out how to find information on that. And then finally on attachment 1, the last page outlines the management measures under 6.68 for southern resident killer whales. The language that is in here is the current language that hasn't been obviously adjusted by any clarifications we might be wanting to include as if we decide to do some housekeeping there. But I did kind of want to walk through that attachment. There's a lot of good information there for you. So you have that, you have the review document and pre-one all available for you online. And then you have the supplemental STT report as well. And I believe we'll have Dr. O'Farrell come up and give you some information on that. And then just let me look real quick and see what other documents we might have for you, for your material today. Sorry, I went to a different page. I shouldn't have done that. Yes, we have the STT report, and then we also have the SSC report. And I think that is it for your material, other than some public comment you might hear. So that wraps up my summary. Thank you.
Very good, Robin. Questions for Robin on her summary? All right. With that, we'll ask the STT to come up and Dr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I'll be referring to agenda item T2A, supplemental STT report 1, dated March 2023. These are the excerpts from the review and preseason report 1 that Robin had mentioned. And I'll just go through kind of a brief summary of each of these documents and can try to answer any questions you might have following that. I'll start with the review. Chapter 1 is the coastwide summary. And I want to mention the quota attainment, different sectors. 2022, the treaty troll fishery got 85% of their Chinook quota and 70% of their coho quota. Washington troll fishery took 96% of the Chinook quota and 40% of the coho quota. In Oregon, from falcon to humbug, the troll coho quota was not met, at 22% attainment. And the KMZ, Oregon KMZ Chinook quotas were not met. Turning to recreational fisheries, Washington recreational fisheries, the Chinook quota was nearly met at 93%, and the recreational coho quotas were not met, 48% in Washington and 44% for Oregon. Table 1-7 discusses catch levels. I mentioned essentially the catch levels with the quota discussion for the treaty troll fishery and the Washington troll fishery. For the Oregon troll, Chinook catches were below expectations, while in California, catches were well above expectations, noting that the California Klamath Management Zone was not open last year. Washington recreational Chinook catches were near their expectation, and Oregon recreational Chinook catches were below their preseason expectation. California recreational catches were below expectations in Fort Bragg and Monterey, but above what was expected in the Klamath Management Zone and San Francisco management areas. And some of the coho catches were below expectations in all sectors south of the U.S.-Canada border. Moving on to Chapter 2 in the review, Table 2-6 summarizes the escapement and stock status for Chinook. And a couple, I'm just going to hit the high points here. I guess high points that Klamath River Fall Chinook remain overfished. Sacramento River Fall Chinook do not meet the criteria for being overfished, but are quite close to that. And Queets Spring Summer Chinook meet the criteria for overfished based on the escapements from 2019 through 2021. That's new for this year. There were no instances of overfishing. Chapter 3 includes coho information. Table 3-7 summarizes the escapement and stock status. Queets natural coho remain overfished. Strait of Juan de Fuca coho meet the criteria for not overfished rebuilding. Snohomish natural coho meet the criteria for rebuilt. And excuse me, and there were no instances of overfishing. There's a lot more information in the review. Chapter 4 includes socioeconomics information. Appendix A has tables of catch and effort for the fisheries. Appendix B is focused on escapement estimates across 3 states. Appendix C has the regulations, historic regulations, and Appendix D has economic information. Just pause briefly there before moving on to pre-1.
Questions for Michael? I think you're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Chapter 1, second here. Chapter 1 of pre-1 has a summary of Chinook forecasts. I'll mention some of the key ones for this year. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecast is less than half of the forecast in 2022. The winter run forecast is also lower than 2022's forecast. And Klamath River Fall Chinook forecast is also quite a bit lower, approximately half of its forecast in 2022. Wanted to note that the Klamath River Fall Chinook forecast was made using the shortened data stream of the 10 most recent brood years. Prior to this year, we had used much longer series of data going back to brood years, I believe in the late 70s. And there's a description of the work that is behind that change in data. It's appended in Appendix D in pre-1. Moving on up the coast, several Columbia River stocks have increased in abundance, abundance forecasts relative to 2022. Spring and summer runs are approximately 50% higher than the 2022 forecast. Fall run is kind of a mixed bag with some up and some down, but in the aggregate are about 14% higher than 2022. Upper Columbia River summer Chinook forecast is 147% of 2022 forecast. And Spring Creek Hatchery Tule Chinook forecast is almost 150% of 2022's forecast. Upriver Bright forecast is up a bit from 2022 as well. For the Washington Coast and Puget Sound, it's somewhat mixed, some up and some down, but generally similar to 2022 abundance forecast. Moving on to coho forecast, the Oregon Production Index forecast is somewhat lower than 2022. The LCN forecast is lower than 2022 as well. OCN is slightly higher. The Washington Coast forecasts are mixed, with the natural forecast slightly lower and the hatchery forecast slightly higher. Puget Sound forecasts are also mixed. Totals are somewhat higher than 2022. Moving to Chapter 2 of Preseason Report 1, the Chinook Salmon Assessment. Here we provide description of forecasts, computation of ABCs, ACLs, OFLs, and assess forecast performance. I already mentioned some of these forecasts. Now I'll say a little bit about what it translates into in terms of allowable exploitation rates. Sacramento River Fall Chinook max exploitation rate is 28% in 2023, which is substantially lower than last year. If we apply 2022 fisheries to the 2023 abundance, we had an exploitation rate of 50.1% and an escapement of 84,750, which is well below the control will define maximum or minimum escapement of 122,000. The Klamath River Fall Chinook forecast is also very low, resulting in a maximum exploitation rate of 10%. And if we apply the 2022 fisheries to this year's abundance, we're well above 10% exploitation rate. California coastal Chinook, as was mentioned earlier, had in 2022 had an H4 ocean harvest rate on Klamath River Fall Chinook of 38.2%. If we have the 22 fisheries and use the updated KOHM Klamath Ocean Harvest Model for updated for 2023, we get a prediction of 12.3% H4 ocean harvest rate. Moving to the Columbia River, 2023, lower Columbia River natural tule exploitation rate will be 38%, the same as it was last year. There are higher than projected returns for some of the stocks that are relevant to ocean fisheries, most notably Spring Creek Hatchery, which came back almost 3 times higher than the forecast, resulting in the largest return on record, at least back to 1984. Information on Oregon Coast, Washington Coast, and Puget Sound forecasts are available in the Chapter 2 as well. Chapter 3 is the coho salmon assessment. Here we have provided a description of forecasts, computation of the ABCs, ACLs, OFLs, and assess forecast for performance. The OPI coho returns in 22 were below forecast. The 2021 coho returns for Washington Coast and Puget Sound were generally strong, but with most stocks coming back more than 1.5 times their forecasted value. Wanted to note a revision to the Nooksack Salmon Hatchery forecast value for 2023. The number reported in pre-1 was 49,208. And that number has been revised to 66,567. And I'll just pause here and note that at the very back end of this report is there are a bullet list of corrections to preseason report 1 that will be included in a forgetting the word right now, errata or something issue for preseason report 1, but I'll mention it here as well. Okay. Chapter 4 is the pink salmon assessment. This is an odd number year, and the forecast for this year for Puget Sound and Fraser River pinks is higher than it was in 2021. Okay, Chapter 5 is a description and analysis of the no action alternative, which is last year's fisheries. Table 5-4 displays escapements in the forecast 2023 escapement given the 2022 fisheries. And when we do this, Sacramento River Fall Chinook meets the criteria for being at risk of approaching an overfish condition. That's where the 3-year geometric mean from the last 2 years of postseason escapement and the projected 2023 escapement is less than the minimum stock size threshold. In the report, in preseason report 1, we put the instances of approaching an overfished condition in bold, and this number was not bolded but should be, and that's also in the corrections in the back of this package. And a correction is needed for the 2022 Sacramento River Fall Chinook total exploitation rate. It was reported as 0.52 in preseason report 1, but should be 0.75. And again, this will be handled with the update. In addition, Klamath River Fall Chinook are at risk of approaching an overfish condition. However, they are currently overfished. Table 5-5 displays post and preseason ACL, OFL, and escapement information. We'll note that Sacramento River Fall Chinook escapement in 2022 is lower than the SABC and the SACL, but greater than the SOFL. And table V5-6 indicates that for coho, with the exception of Skagit, all stocks would meet the relevant management criteria if 2022 management measures were applied to 2023 fisheries. And that's the end of my brief summary of those two reports and can try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? I don't see any. So, okay. Thanks, Mike. Next up will be SSC.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alan Byrne. I'll be reading the scientific and statistical report on D2. If I take my glasses off, okay. The Scientific and Statistical Committee, SSC, discussed the review of the 2022 Ocean Salmon Fisheries and Preseason Report 1 for 2023. Dr. Michael O'Farrell from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and the Salmon Technical Team provided a brief summary of reports and numbers of the STT that were available and was available to answer questions. The SSC appreciates the work of the STT in compiling the reports and providing a draft of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, the Klamath River Fall Chinook, and the Willapa Bay Natural Coho forecasts on February 28th. However, the full preseason 1 report was not available until Thursday, March 2nd, less than 48 hours before the SSC met. Hence, it limited a comprehensive review of the other forecasts. Dr. O'Farrell pointed out some errors in the preseason 1 report. One, the Noosak Samish hatchery coho forecast is 66,567, not 49,208. That's on page 60. And 2, the exploitation rate for the Sacramento Fall Chinook in table V4 on page 98 should be 0.75, not 0.52. And also the projected 3-year geo mean escapement of 81,817 should be bolded to indicate an approaching overfished condition. The council is tasked with specifying annual catch limits for the Sacramento Fall Chinook, the indicator stock for the Central Valley Fall Chinook complex, the Klamath River Fall Chinook, which is the indicator stock for the Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook complex, and Willapa Bay Natural Coho. Preseason 1 report provides the ACLs for these stocks. That's in table V5. The forecasts for the Sacramento Fall and the Willapa Bay Natural Coho were derived from forecast models that were reviewed and approved by the SSC in previous years. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecast now uses the median rather than the mean when converting the Sacramento index from logarithmic to arithmetic scale, following the recommendation of the SSC review in November 2022. In years prior to 2023, the Klamath River Fall Chinook forecasts were made using all complete or nearly complete brood years since brood year 1979. The 2023 forecast was made using the methodology reviewed and approved previously by the SSC. However, the input data was truncated to the most recent 10 brood years as described in Appendix D in Preseason Report 1. The SSC found the calculations of the 3 acceptable biological catches and corresponding ACLs correct based on the forecast for these 3 stocks, which are the Sacramento Fall, the Klamath River Fall, and the Willapa Bay Coho. The council adopted rebuilding plans in 2019 for 5 salmon stocks: Sacramento River Fall, Klamath River Fall, Queets River Natural Coho, San Juan de Fuca Natural Coho, and Snohomish River Natural Coho. In 2021, the Sacramento Fall met the criteria for rebuilt status. The recent 3-year from 2019 to 2022 Sacramento Fall geometric mean spawning escapement was 96,613, which is more than the minimum size stock threshold of 91,500. Hence, the stock is not considered overfish. The status of the 4 other stocks that were under rebuilding plans are the Klamath River Fall, the 3-year geo mean natural area spawning abundance was 25,857, which is less than the minimum stock size threshold of 30,525. So the stock still meets the criteria for overfish status. Queets River Natural Coho, the 3-year geo mean escapement was 3,445, which is less than the MSST of 4,350. The stock still meets the criteria for overfish status. San Juan de Fuqua Natural Coho, the 3-year geo mean natural coho escapement was 9,374, which is more than the MSST of 7,000, but less than the SMSY of 11,000. The stock now meets the criteria for not overfished rebuilding status. Snohomish River Natural Coho, the 3-year geo mean adult spawning escapement was 55,154, which is more than the MST of 31,000 and more than the SMSY of 50,000. This stock now meets the criteria for rebuilt status. In 2022, Hood Canal Natural Coho met the overfish criteria based on the geometric mean of the 2018 to 2020 escapements. However, it was never formally declared overfished. The most recent 3-year geo mean adult spawning escapement from 2019 to 2021 was 16,870, which is more than the MST of 10,750 and more than the SMSY of 14,350. Hence, the Hood Canal Natural Coho would now meet the criteria for rebuilt status if it had been declared overfished. We found that the 3-year geo mean from 2019 to 2021 of the Queets River Spring Summer Chinook escapement was 314, which is less than the MSST of 350. So this stock would meet the criteria for overfish status. None of the Chinook or coho stocks were determined to be subject to overfishing. However, the exploitation rates for 2021 were only available for coho stocks and Sacramento Fall Chinook and Klamath River Fall Chinook. And in 2022, only the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and the Klamath River Fall Chinook exploitation rates were reported. And the Sacramento River ER or exploitation rate of 0.75 is close to the maximum fishing mortality threshold of 0.78, and that's in table V4. The SSC notes that table V4 reports the 2019 HOCO Summer Fall Chinook ER as NA, with a footnote indicating that a reliable exploitation rate could not be calculated due to insufficient coded wire tag information. However, the Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook Technical Committee reported an ER of 0.785, and the link to the document is on the report. I'm not going to read it. The SSC recommends that a consistent criteria be used for making changes to ER-based analysis approved by the Pacific Salmon Commission for Pacific Salmon Treaty Managed Stocks with sufficient scientific review, oversight, and reporting of any changes. Although no cases of overfishing were reported, the MFMT reference point, that's the maximum fishing mortality threshold for many of these stocks are based on old data and dated analysis, and a review and reanalysis of the FMFTs using recent data and newer methods is warranted. A stock is approaching an overfish condition if the 3-year geometric mean of the most recent 2 years and the 2023 forecast of spawning escapement given last year's fishing regulations are less than the MSST. The Klamath River Fall Chinook and Sacramento River Fall Chinook meet this criteria for being at risk of approaching an overfished condition. The SSC notes that the Sacramento River winter run Chinook hatchery production was increased because of poor survival was anticipated. However, the choice of the survival term that is applied to the hatchery release to forecast the hatchery abundant was not adjusted to reflect this anticipated poor survival. And finally, the results presented in preseason report 1 are point estimates, and associated uncertainties are generally not reported. The SSC reiterates its strong recommendation that the Pacific Fishery Management Council salmon reports provide and incorporate appropriate measures of uncertainty, as is currently done for groundfish, coastal pelagic species, and highly migratory species. And that concludes the SSC statement.
Thank you, Alan. Very complete report. Questions for Alan on the SSC report? Okay, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Phil Anderson.
I wasn't quite quick enough. Apologize, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to explore a little bit the issue with the HOCO.
Okay.
And the inconsistency between what the STT put in our report versus what the CTC had reported out. I know Mr. John Carey is on the CTC as well as the STT. But I just wanted to get a little clarification on the rationale the STT used in putting an NA there when there was a value reported by the CTC in 2019 of 0.785.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We were alerted to that. Let me just say that the SSC kind of we discussed this issue, but we kind of view this more as a process problem. Not that the SSC is disagreeing with the reasoning that was given to us, that the spawner, if I get this wrong, John, correct me, the spawner ground escapement of the HOCO Chinook may have been underestimated in ARMIS. But we found that for these are Pacific salmon managed stocks, and the CTC is the group that calculates the ERs, and we don't know why that, since that was a published value, that should be considered best available science, and we're just asking for a little more explanation about inconsistency that's maybe applied to all stocks, not just the stock that's approaching its maximum fishing mortality threshold. That if there's going to be review of the CTC work, that is kind of spelled out why things don't meet the criteria of insufficient or unreliable, or if there's spawning ground inconsistencies, or that kind of be spelled out. We were just surprised to see that, because it was reported in the previous year's report, and this year it was changed to NA.
Appreciate that.
And like I said, that's from the SSC perspective. I'm sure John could give you a better explanation of why they did that.
Yeah, Mr. Vice, I appreciate that explanation. I understand the rationale the SEC used. I'd also with your indulgence, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to ask the STT for their explanation of why they chose to use an NA for that in this year's report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, so essentially, when we report out on exploitation rates for a variety of the Chinook stocks, the numbers we use come directly from the coded wire tag exploitation rate analyses that are conducted by the Chinook Technical Committee of the PSC. And as the SDT was working to put the report together this year, we did realize that there was one exploitation rate for HOCO in 2019 that was kind of very uncharacteristically high, as it was reported in the SSC report as 78.5%, when that stock typically has an average exploitation rate of around 30 total exploitation rate. So that kind of made us raise some eyebrows, and we looked into it a little bit and noticed that there was a significant portion of escapement that was missing that year for the analysis. And when we noticed that, we reached out to both the relevant CTC members who are responsible for running that analysis, and to the relevant co-managers, the state and tribal staff responsible for those stocks, and raised that issue. They confirmed and agreed with the fact that there were errors in that year, or there was missing information that wasn't available for that year. And they are looking into resolving that. Currently, the exploitation rate analysis is ongoing right now with the CTC for this coming year. And the intent is to have that resolved and published and documented, or resolved and documented prior to the publication later this year. So the NA came about, basically, we didn't want to report an error or an erroneous value. Specifically, that was the preference of the co-managers as well, who are more responsible for that stock. So hope that helps. We did do our best to keep all the relevant folks involved updated and appraised. So.
Just to follow up, Mr. Vice Chair, thanks very much, Mr. Carey, for that explanation. And I guess my when I hear the SSC representative referring to that 78.785 as the best scientific information because it's what's published in the CTC document, and there's been a discovery that that number is in error, and there's efforts going on to correct it. I just felt it important to have that on the record here as to what the CTC is doing and undertaking and why that's occurring relative to the discovery of some key missing information. I know that wasn't a question. I'm not sure I can put it as one, so I won't try.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Hey, John. Okay. Okay, that completes our reports, and I think it takes us to public comment. I see at least one in the queue, it looks like. Confirmation of that? Ah, there we go. And Werner Wilson.
That was quick. Thank you very much for your testimony, or your knowledge that you've presented for the previous speakers. Hi, my name is Werner Wilson. I'm the Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth US, and also a member of the Chillian Tribe in Dillingham, Alaska, and the Bristol Bay region that has the largest sockeye salmon run in the world. We also usually have some of the largest king salmon runs. Historically, we've had upwards of 300,000 Chinook coming to the Nishiyak region in my area. But the state of Alaska just listed our fishery, our Chinook fishery, as a stock of concern after we only got 45,000 out of an escapement goal of 90,000 fish last summer. That's very concerning, and you all here in the Northwest need to heed that warning and take a precautionary approach when you managing for your salmon. Friends of the Earth US, or FO, is an organization of 4 million members and activists across all 50 states, working to protect our environment and create a healthy and just world. The decline of the unique and federally listed endangered southern resident killer whale, or SRKW, population on the West Coast is an environmental justice issue in which the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NIMS, and related fishery management councils must address. Almost 20,000 FO's members just supported a petition that we started to the Commerce Department on efforts to reduce king or Chinook salmon bycatch in U.S. fisheries off the West Coast, as well as the North Pacific off the coast of Alaska, where I'm from. And we have done more alerts because Chinook salmon runs are struggling across the North Pacific. Chinook are the preferred primary source of food for the southern resident killer whale and are needed for their survival. The SRKW has only 73 individuals left, and they are largely dependent on king salmon for food, as they're biologically unique from transient killer whales who, unlike the southern resident, eat higher on the food chain or typically eat marine mammals. We know there are a lot of factors affecting the fish and whales in this area, such as agriculture, pollution, climate change, shipping, and dams. But questions also such as whether these king salmon would make it back to the river or whether other species like stellar sea lions might eat them too first are relevant. But the numbers are rather appalling. Friends of the Earth tries to influence decisions at several venues to help salmon populations grow so the southern resident orcas don't become extinct. But fishing factors managed by this council are also contributing. We urge NOAA staff, NIMS, and this body to consider more bycatch monitoring, lowering the number of allowed bycatch for each fishery, a more robust fishery electronic monitoring program, or EM, an expansion of the observer program. Here at the PFMC regulated fisheries, for example, 2,173 Chinook on average were taken as bycatch in the years from 2017 to 2021 in Pacific whiting fisheries on average. And that's just public information. I will never understand why this council and its advisory bodies doesn't take on nymphs and the bycatch rate than the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, groundfish fisheries. I've came here before and tried to make that a point, but you haven't really done anything about it at all. For North Pacific Fishery Management Council, Chinook prohibited species catch by groundfish trawl fisheries, 2022 NOAA Chinook bycatch data indicate that there are 11,668 Chinook bycaught in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. There are also 6,337 caught in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island trawl fisheries. We compared those numbers with a report about genetic stock of origin estimates by NOAA, led by Chuck Guthrie, that showed a combined almost 90% Gulf of Alaska Chinook bycatch would likely be heading to West Coast or British Columbia rivers, which is critical habitat and feeding grounds for the southern resident orcas. For the Bering Sea Chinook bycatch, it was smaller at 22%, but still not at zero. So when we're looking at all of these issues, we're talking about, F5, electronic monitoring, observer program. And then when you combine that data with the Pacific whiting fishery, that's a combined 13,600. Chinook that are being bycaught in these large-scale industrial groundfish trawl fisheries off the West Coast and North Pacific waters managed by NIMS. And that might not seem a lot. I mean, we're talking about, hundreds of thousands of fish, but nowadays it is, because king salmon are crashing all along the West Coast and in Alaska, where I'm from. So this is a problem. And I really urge you, and I'll talk about, the issue of F5 and F2 at a future date, because bycatch in the Pacific whiting fishery and the electronic monitoring program are very, very important to these fisheries. So I just want you to heed that. I hope that this council will hopefully draft a letter to NIMS and NOAA saying that, and the Commerce Department, the Commerce Secretary needs to know that these king salmon fisheries are hurting, and every Chinook counts. And when we have, you need to coordinate with what's going on in Alaska, and you need to coordinate on all of these numbers, including the Pacific Salmon Commission. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Werner. Questions for Werner on his testimony? Okay, thank you. All right. That finishes up the public testimony, and it takes us to council action. So with that, I'll open the floor up for discussion. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. While we're on council discussion, because I don't think it requires any council action today, I just wanted to acknowledge the change in stock statuses that were identified by the STT and confirmed by the SSC for some of our North of Falcon stocks. The good news was Snohomish Natural Coho, which was one of the 3 coho stocks North of Falcon we undertook rebuilding plans on, has increased in abundance to the point where it is rebuilt. Strait of Juan de Fuca has moved up to the not overfished rebuilding status, so not quite to rebuilt, but good news, it's headed in the right direction. And then the new overfish status, which was Wheat Spring Summer Chinook, which the abundance, 3-year geomean abundance for that stock tripped it into overfish status. Also just wanted to acknowledge, as we did when we undertook the rebuilding plan process for the coho stocks, that overfish doesn't necessarily mean it was a result of overfishing. It just means that abundance has dropped to that level to trigger that. The Wheat Spring Summer Chinook stock is a stock that doesn't have directed fisheries, has pretty minor impacts, non-direct in some fisheries, but has fallen to that lower abundance tier.
There you go. Anyone else? Alex.
I do have a motion if there's no other council discussion, Mr. Vice Chair.
That'd be wonderful.
I move that the council adopt the 2023 stock abundance forecast, ABCs, ACLs, and OFLs as presented in agenda item D2, supplemental preseason report 1 with the modifications identified in agenda item D2A, supplemental STT report 1.
Thank you, Kyle. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Okay, seconded by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. As always, a huge thanks to the STT and to all the other state, tribal, federal scientists up and down the coast that collect all the data and develop all these forecasts for us. A huge amount of work to put those 2 reports together in a pretty short amount of time every winter. I'm sure that STT was glad to be back to meeting in person to do this work, but was sorry to hear that the snowpocalypse in Portland kind of interrupted the second of their weeks together this year. I think we heard from the SSC that they confirmed the ABCs and ACLs that needed to be confirmed for the council. I'm confident that the rest of the forecast are our best available scientists, our best available science coming from all our scientists up and down the coast. Appreciate the STT identifying those 3 small errors that needed to be corrected, and will be in an errata and a new version of supplemental preseason report 1. But I think this sets the stage for us to undertake our work developing alternatives this week and moving towards final fishing packages in April.
Thank you, Kyle. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the, Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kyle, for the motion. I'll be voting in support. Just want to thank the STT for acknowledging the corrections needed to the 2 California stocks in the summary bullet points of the STT statement at the end. It's certainly important to highlight those corrections for the California stocks in question. The difference in the exploitation rate that's reported, as shown in the original version of pre-1 of 0.52 versus the real value of 0.75, very different situation with regard to exploitation rate on the Sacramento stock. At 0.75, we're coming awfully close to the FMP established maximum allowable exploitation rate of 0.78. So that's an important consideration for us as we move forward here. Second, I want to note the bolding of the approaching an overfished condition. Appreciate this correction as well. As reported in the pre-1 document itself, approaching an overfish condition relies on the current year preseason forecasts and the council adopted fishing regulations for the upcoming season in order to calculate projected spawning escapement. But we don't know yet what the actual regulations will be for the upcoming season. So right now we're in a situation where we are at risk of approaching an overfish condition. So we'll be keeping that in mind as we look to developing the season alternatives, as that's not a place where I think we want to go. So appreciate the STT bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I did want to just draw to the council's attention the stock status determinations and the fact that we do have a salmon stock that is declared overfished, and there are some steps that the council needs to take. We can address those things internally, just transmit some letters as described in the FMP. But one of the things that needs to occur is the council does need to direct the STT to propose a rebuilding plan within 1 year. I do know that that 1 year time stamp, if you will, starts once we get verification from NIMS in what the stock status determinations are. So it is a bit of a process, but I didn't want it to go unanswered here, where we are first reporting to the council that we have a new overfished stock, and that the STT will have to be drafting a rebuilding plan, probably starting in June. I'm assuming that might be the time frame for us to transmit to NIMS and then hear back from them. Just guessing, could be longer, but so I don't think it's necessary for the council to provide guidance to STT to, start on that rebuilding plan when the time is right. But it will be something that, if not now, we will be bringing back to the council so that we can get somewhat official guidance so that we're consistent with what's outlined in our FMP.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Phil?
Yeah, in this particular case, just remind us that it's particularly important to engage the co-managers, in particular the Quinault Indian Nation, early on. I have spoken with members and representatives of the Quinault Indian Nation here in conjunction with the Pacific Salmon Commission meeting. And we talked a little bit about moving forward with the development of the rebuilding plan, but I just want to emphasize that right at the get-go here, that they need to be brought in and made a part of the development of it in the very early stages, and that will be very important for us to have a successful outcome.
Thank you, Phil. All right, we have a motion on the table. Further discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay? Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Kyle. Anybody have anything else? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Before we close this agenda item out, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank both the West Coast region and the Southwest Center for assisting California with its salmon informational meeting that was held last Wednesday. This was a very lengthy and contentious meeting, and I just cannot say enough about the professionalism and the skill that we saw from our partners at the Science Center and West Coast region. You answered a number of very challenging questions and presented the information very clearly, and took a lot of time and spent several hours with California on Wednesday. And I just wanted to say how much we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Anybody else? Before I turn to Robin.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for agenda item D2. We've adopted the 2023 stock abundance forecasts, ABCs and ACLs, and we've acknowledged that we will have a rebuilding plan. We have some stock status criteria that has changed, and so we'll look for that in the future. But with that, we've completed our work under D2.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, good work, and probably the easiest salmon item we'll have today. So, or this meeting. So, with that, I'll give the gavel back to our chairman.
And I will in turn hand the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer.
With that, I think we're going to take a short break here as we change chairs from salmon to habitat. So let's take a 15-minute break. Come back here at 2:40. So be back in your chairs at 2:40.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll commence with agenda item E, habitat issues. Before we begin, I want to welcome to the table John North for Oregon. Good day, John. And with that, Carrie is in the seat here. So will you lead us through this agenda item?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. This is agenda item E1, current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met yesterday and is still meeting today. They were and are discussing habitat indicators for Klamath and Sacramento salmon, Habitat Committee member updates, and some other issues, which you'll hear more about in a couple of moments. In your advanced briefing book materials is agenda item E1A, Habitat Committee Report 1. That's a report on habitat indicators for Klamath River and Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Those have the goal of better understanding non-fishing impacts on those stocks. And then more recently, the HC added habitat indicators for Central Valley Spring Run Chinook, which has had challenges with its population assessment. The HC has identified 18 indicators for Klamath River Fall Chinook, 22 for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and 24 indicators for Central Valley Spring Run. The habitat indicators report that's in the advanced briefing book is also an appendix to the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Status Report under a different agenda item. And Dr. Corey Green will be up in a few minutes to speak a little bit more to that and answer questions as you wish. There's also a supplemental report in your briefing book, which is E1A HC Report 2. That summarizes the items that the HC wanted to convey for your attention. And that is my overview. Your action today is to consider the supplemental report and the advanced briefing book report, and then provide guidance as necessary.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions for Carrie on the overview? Seeing no questions, then I think we move right to the Habitat Committee report. Dr. Green, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm going to be reading the supplemental HC report number 2, Habitat Committee report on Habitat Committee issues. HC received multiple reports related to habitat for salmon in the Sacramento and Klamath rivers. First one is the Klamath Basin Dam removal. The final Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, i.e. FERC, approvals for transfer of the 4 Klamath hydropower dams to the Klamath River Renewal Corporation as the dam removal entity was received on November 17th, 2022. And title to the dam facilities and related lands was then conveyed by PacifiCorp to KRRC on December 1st. Groundbreaking pre-demolition construction is scheduled to begin in mid-March 2023. For full dam removal by the KRRC is expected to take about 20 months to be completed by December 2024. Subsequent watershed and salmon habitat restoration activities will then proceed for at least 5 years thereafter. Discussions continue at the state level as to what fisheries monitoring and data collection changes must be made. Resources for implementing the 2 states' post-dam removal Klamath River salmon reintroduction plans will also be dependent upon state budgets and budget constraints. The council may wish to coordinate and expedite post-dam removal fishery management change discussions, as well as underscore to the relevant entities the need for fully funding implementation of the Upper Klamath salmon reintroduction plans for both Oregon and California after actual dam removals occur. We look forward to council discussions on Klamath River Dam removal issues in April 2023. Second issue is concerns Klamath Basin water operations. The HC also heard public comment from Justin Alvarez from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel on water operations in the Klamath watershed related to habitat requirements for anadromous salmonids and 2 species of Endangered Species Act listed suckers using Klamath lakes. Sucker spawning requires a specific water elevation standard for Klamath Lake, but that is competing with in-river flows meeting standards for salmon. In addressing lake level requirements for suckers, reclamation has been dropping in stream levels this winter, thereby impacting salmon spawning. This is putting the cohort that will first return post-dam removal at risk. The Yurok Tribe, the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishing Associations, and the Institute for Fisheries Resources are planning on filing a supplemental complaint and request for injunctive relief against the Bureau of Reclamation on March 23, 2023. These issues highlight long-term water management challenges in the Klamath River, and the HC will be tracking these issues as they develop. Now moving on to Central Valley issues. On September 12, 2022, the Council wrote to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and the California State Water Resources Control Board, urging the board to consider its 30-year-old water high temperature maximum standards. This letter closed with the following statement: "We look forward to hearing from you on how best to work with your organization toward these goals." To date, there has apparently been no response from either agency to the Council's letter, and no actions taken by either agency towards implementing the Council's recommendations. Under current water high temperature standards, winter run Chinook suffered very low egg to fry survival rates in the Sacramento, as noted in the Council letter, at 2.26% in 2021. Under the same water temperature standards, the winter run Chinook egg to fry survival rate has since then once again hit an alarming new low, falling to 1.94% in 2022, as measured at Red Bluff Diversion Dam, the standard monitoring point. By comparison, their average egg to fry survival rate for 2002 to 2020 was 23%. In the meantime, on February 24th, 2023, the judge in the U.S. Federal District Court case Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations et al. Versus Raimondo extended the 2022 interim operations plan that the Central Valley Project is currently governed under, with similar water high temperature standards until December 31st, 2023, essentially unchanged. And our final statement in the habitat report is about the habitat indicators. As Carrie noted, the Habitat Committee received an update from HC Chair Corey Green, myself, on the habitat indicators for Klamath and Sacramento Chinook salmon stocks, and the recently added Central Valley Spring Chinook indicators. The HC continues to be supportive of this work and recommends further identifying which indicators are most predictive of productivity estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Any questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. Really appreciate the report. On the mention about the water temperature standards and the winter run Chinook survival rate and the alarming new low. We had some discussion this morning in our delegation meeting, and I just want to make sure that that reduction to 1.94% in 2022. I know it's the weekend, and so it's probably difficult to corroborate some of the facts, but I'm just wondering what the source is of the of that particular statistic.
It's my understanding is the source is the Fish and Wildlife Monitoring, and that would be the biologist doing the monitoring at Red Bluff Diversion Dam.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, another.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. On the habitat indicators in your first report that you supplied to the briefing book, first I want to thank you for having that report as a standalone item. The information presented to the council in that report is certainly very interesting in our salmon discussions and our preseason salmon process, and certainly outlines, I think, what many might expect in that the forecast of the indicator suggests that forecast or stock abundance may not recover immediately, that we're looking at a couple of years of difficult times with regard to salmon stocks. I guess my question is there a way, or did the HC discuss finding a way to have maybe next year a joint discussion with the SAS and STT on the indicators during their development of the preseason work, maybe potentially in February or something like that? Because I know our California SAS folks were very interested in the work, and certainly it's hugely important as we think about the need for precaution in designing our fishery season structures. This year is obviously a very challenging situation, but I think we're all looking forward to a future where the information that you've provided can help us think about risk tolerance and application of buffers as needed. So I was just wondering what discussion might have ensued in the HC about thinking ahead to next year.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion on that. There was sort of, I would bring up 2 points. One, there is plans in the works for sometime this summer to have a meeting going over best practices for developing these salmon stoplight tables. And so that's one entry into possible sort of bringing in other viewpoints and having a broader discussion about this. And so there's a work plan that I'm trying to lead about sort of diving into the details on some of these productivity issues, but there also might be more discussion about, say, prioritizing other stocks and sort of thinking about these data from a risk assessment standpoint. So I would welcome input on that, and we can talk about that offline as necessary. A second opportunity, as you pointed out, would be more official discussion in the February timeframe. And I would also just say that I'm thrilled that there's a lot of interest in this, and that I would be more than happy to have discussions with SAS and other advisory bodies that are interested in going over those details.
Thank you. Further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey, for the report. Building a little bit on what Marcy asked there, thinking about the winter run Chinook and this change from 2.6%, now we're looking at 1.94%, and the council did not receive anything back regarding the letters that were submitted. Is it, in your opinion, or if the Habitat Committee discussed it, is it appropriate to send another letter or request some follow-up? What is your thoughts on potential next steps?
That's a good question. It's especially interesting in light of the sort of huge year in snowpack and so forth, and how that might play out or might not, depending upon what the weather looks like from here on in. So there's been a lot of discussion about how those constraints are related to dam operations, but also the poor climate conditions. And so we didn't have a strong opinion about whether more action was warranted by the council on this. We did want to raise it as a concern that the opinions you've expressed via these letters have not really been sort of followed through. So that was the main issue that we wanted to keep you abreast on.
Thank you. Further questions? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A question for Dr. Green on Klamath dams. Do you know the expected order that the 4 dams will come out?
Yeah, I am not the best person to comment on that. And so I'm not sure, but I could put you in touch with people who are much better familiar with it, if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious.
Okay. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you again, Corey. Thinking about the Klamath Basin water ops and the discussion here in front of us, I was wondering, looking at the April agenda, looking ahead, there's a newly scheduled item shown as proposed to have the council receive a briefing on dam removal and to talk about how we might think about that as we develop our salmon measures. That's another separate agenda item. But I was just wondering, did the HC talk about engagement in that discussion in April, participating in any sort of joint sessions or having your own discussion about the content that's provided to us? And I'm just wondering if you can preview for us what we might hear.
Yeah, so we are very interested in that as well. And it's in our agenda planning meeting, we talked to some extent about trying to engage on that very issue. We don't have specific things planned other than there's probably going to be some updates, particularly with regards to the water operations. There will probably have that decision, that court decision will probably have been made by that point. And so that is worth, that in and of itself is worth tracking at the April meeting. As for sort of other questions about monitoring and how those change with dam removal, I think that's often framed from more from the perspective of sort of fisheries management as opposed to habitat management, but I think there are some crossovers and those would be worth keeping track of.
Thank you. Kerry Griffin.
Thanks. If I may, I can follow up on that a little bit. We have been working with Susan Bishop to identify some leads for that agenda item in April on, Klamath Dam removal and the implications to monitoring and run forecasting and all that stuff. And so we do have the leads on that, speaking to the Habitat Committee, because the HC meets first, and then later on in the council's agenda is that item. So I anticipate that the HC, will have a chance to consider, the information and probably write a supplemental report on that later, salmon agenda item.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just because I was going to wait till discussion, but it's relevant now, I'll just clarify. Yes, in addition to leads from our Division of Sustainable Fisheries, we have confirmed we will have representatives presenting to the advisory bodies and the council from our California Coastal Office, which is a separate division in the West Coast region and is the lead for all of the Klamath Dam removal stuff. So you'll have multiple divisions from the West Coast region here as part of those April discussions.
All right, thank you. Getting a little bit into discussion, but I think that's good with the chair of the Habitat Committee here and not seeing any more hands, but Corey, I do have one question for you, maybe on a similar vein. Has the Habitat Committee looked forward after dam removal? I suspect some more EFH might be added to the Klamath River Fall Chinook portfolio and that process, what it entails.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So my understanding is that it's in the works, particularly for the next round of EFH review, which salmon is coming up. And there will probably be several areas where there's, say, salmon reintroductions above some of these dams. And so I think that it will be a general issue that there'll be a lot of discussion about when that review comes around.
But thank you. One more quick scan here. I'm not seeing any further questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And that completes our reports, and we'll just check. I don't think we had any public comment. There's no public comment, so that will take us directly into our council action, which is to consider the comments, recommendations, and I'll look for any hands to start that discussion, any follow-up from the discussion we've already had. And not seeing any further. Chair Gorelnik.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hasselmer. I just want to thank the Habitat Committee. I noticed in the report there's an express discussion of the temperature issues in the Central Valley and efforts that have been made by the council with the help of the Habitat Committee to urge the Bureau of Reclamation and the California State Water Resources Control Board to address these temperature issues. Sadly, our requests were not considered adequately. And that's one reason why we're seeing the difficulties this year, recent years, and in future years dealing with our salmon season. So I'm not suggesting the council stop writing its sternly worded letters, but I do appreciate the help of the Habitat Committee, particularly when it comes to these habitat issues.
All right, thank you. And I'm not seeing any other hands. I know we didn't have any specific recommendations, but there was good discussion about activities that meetings that will occur and groups working together into the future and recognition of things that need to be done. So Carrie, is there anything else here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, as you said, there was no specific request for actions. So I think if there's no more council discussion, that wraps up this agenda item.
All right, thank you. So that will wrap this up, and I'm going to pass the gavel back to the chair.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Chair Hasselmer, thanks council, great work today. I'm going to, in a moment, turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for announcements, because I know he has at least one very important one for tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very nice work today, everyone. In spite of my desire to slow us down with my long ED report, we are here ahead of schedule. Tonight, we do have a chair's reception at 6 p.m. Go to the elevators in the back corner, head up to the 14th floor. If you were here last year, it's the same place as last year. That is my most important announcement.
All right, so I'm going to take a quick scan around the room to see if there is any other business that folks want to take care of before we depart for the afternoon. And not seeing any hands. We'll see everyone tonight. And then on an official matter, we'll see everyone here tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a good evening. See you later.